Sizzletongs. So today, goals for today. Finish draining out the surface. Lava moat. Let it drain out. It's almost done draining. Then I'm gonna go and we are going to work on upgrading it so that I can drain it faster. We're gonna clean out all of the metals junk in the bottom of it, and we're gonna try and make it just a more effective murder tank. Why? I don't know, because this is becoming a long-term fortress. I wasn't planning on spending so much time here, but turns out we are. So we're waiting for this to drain out. We're down to 2, which means this'll drain out pretty quick, I think. I just want to get all of this metal out, and there's some adamantine in here that I would like to clean out. We still need to fix my squads, but it's fine. We need to do some other things. There's some more beautification stuff I would like to do. I'd like to actually finish building these roads and get them all the way up to the edge of the map. Fortunately, there are 2 human civs that we're trading with, which is good. Elevate the prince to king. Long live the prince. God, that would be kind of neat if we could do that. Are you even the eldest? I don't know if you are, Alan. I don't know if you are. I mean, currently you're picking up equipment right now. I mean, you're 8 years old. Okay, no, you have a younger brother and 2 younger sisters. So maybe you could make that work. See what Tropic Kami's doing. Feels blissful remembering being near a legendary dining room. Something I started doing in the Let's Play playthrough, I guess this is kind of a spoiler, but not really. Something I've been doing is just like, while jobs are getting done, you know how Dwarf Fortress has like those pauses where you're just like waiting for shit to get done? I'm just following dwarves around and reading their descriptions while they're building stuff. All you got to do is arrange accidents? Nah. Really fulfilled by assisting those in need and is always in love with somebody. Really now. I like all this bits where it's like you have like all of these super close friends because they were part of the other group of dwarves that I embarked with once. I love how she's the queen is a kindred spirit with Thanos. I mean, of course she is. Of course she is. What are you doing here, queen? Where are you headed? Is it a steamroller roller coaster ride when you miss a few days? We're still building the same thing, or have we gone to breeding bears or breeding demons or spoilers all over the place? Sorry. I mean, like, are we still building the same thing? Well, we cleared out Cavern Layer 1. I'm still prepping to siege hell. Hello, Boozehammer. It's a really good username, by the way, for Dwarf Fort. Like, a real good username. I like it. What is this deity? This is a hospital, not a deity. Just sitting here and waiting. I built the Pump Operators Guild. It's very small, though. It's very small. It's very small, but very well appointed. The Pump Ops Guild is over here in this corner, and it appears that my bot's hanging out there and socializing by himself. But he is dejected after a lack of decent meals for time. And is frequently depressed. But is gripped by crippling shyness. Which, yeah, also checks out. But, I mean, it's one of the most valuable guild halls I have. It's made entirely out of gold. Socializing by oneself. Yep. How about some golden pumps in there? Actually, do I even have the stuff to make a pump right now? I don't know. Yeah, I was going to make adamantine pumps, but I ran out of bits of adamantine, so never actually happened. I guess I could queue up some gold pumps. Gold pipe section and gold screw. Cork? I guess you can't make gold corkscrews. Steel cork will do. Let's just make 4. Gold and steel, will that do? But yeah, socializing alone. Checks out. Sad days. Yesterday, the primary goal was to work on the frame rate. We've gotten the frame rate back up to an average of like 24 to 30 from about 9. I'm pretty good with that. Woke up from a nap. Well, that means you're good to go for dwarfs all day. Hey, Snow? I think. And then, speaking of stone, let's check in on you. Where's stone at? Oh, you're tanning a hide, by the way. You're currently, you know, a legendary cook, an accomplished clother, and a rusty professional mason, and a skilled tanner. You'd have been tanning for a while. Does not find most jokes humorous, intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate, regardless of its merits. He is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, and he likes to brawl. Hey, Wanderkin. What are we wondering about? I also am moving a lot of my trash downstairs. So we now have this. This is our trash disposal now. It gets thrown down into here from up here. And I'm still working on disposing of stuff. So that's kind of I guess the primary goal right now is just getting stuff into the disposal area. Because we need to just get rid of it. We just need to get rid of it. Through daily news and Endorphin. That sounds pretty grand. But we also need to pretty up this area here, I think. That's something I'd really like to do. Pretty up this area. Get some little accoutrements added to the fortress. I've been spending way too much time just like making this fortress look pretty. And not enough time, in my opinion, like actually doing stuff. But, you know, is what it is. Seb Rigon? Is that how you say that? Seb, thank you very much for the second month. Welcome back. Massive appreciation. It means a lot. Thanks for continuing to support this stream after the big old wall of hypoo. Claiborne, what kind of derf would you like? We all know that you, unfortunately flopped yourself, belly flopped into lava. What kind of dwarf would you like provided for you today? You would like a warrior with the longest name. Warrior with the longest name. Edzul, who is currently sleeping at his post. Claiborne is an up-and-comer, is an accomplished miller, a professional cook, and an adept blacksmith, and an adequate swords dwarf. He's part of the Earth and Twinkles, which I really need to rename that squad. He is obviously in a constant state of internal rage, and does not trust others. He does not generally respond to emotional appeals, and he lives a fast-paced life, and he is grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors, and he is very humble, and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and he doesn't often feel envious of others, and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing his mind. What is that ramp staircase there, Lamau? That was for bringing gems up from the weird adamantine spires. It's not a spiral staircase. It's a minecart route. The reason I renamed the, soured. Whoop, you're right. I totally misspelled sword. Sword! There you go. Proper spelling. He personally sees cooperation as very important in life and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish and values peace over war and dreams of crafting a great work of art, and this dream was realized. He likes chromite, iron, rock crystal, guinea fowls for their social nature, and the words of the meditation of orbs, and the sound of the meadow of summer, and the sight of the clear heather, and when possible, prefers to consume hornbill and reindeer cheese, and asparagus and pearl mullet beer, and kangaroo's milk, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. And just because I think it's interesting, you're using an adamantine short sword. This adamantine short sword is coated with human blood. So there you go. What'd you make? I don't know.
Here, he has a sword.
Obviously, he's a swords dwarf, Orange. Come on. I mean, okay, so I did actually name one of my pig scouts. I was gonna say maybe my pig scouts all died. I did name, or maybe I slaughtered them actually. I did name one of my pig scouts Saudar. So that might actually be what you're thinking of. But I also am definitely just like eating, because I'm just getting rid of them. No problem, Claiborne. Speaking of thanks, I paid off my $11 in debt. Although as of this morning, I was actually not $11 in debt. I was $161 in debt because my internet bill, my phone bill, and my power bill all got chucked onto my credit card this morning, so I paid those off. So now I'm not in debt again. In fact, I'm negative 8 cents because I did the math wrong. I love how there's just like a pile of loincloths over here for some reason. Why? I don't know. Who put those loincloths there? Beats me. Glad to participate in the meme of financial freedom. Yep. Financial stability is something that's lovely to have. It's the freaky corner. I think actually what happened is my trading depot used to be right here. And so my assumption is items got traded for here, and we bought a bunch of loincloths and clothing, and then the dwarves dumped their other clothing on the ground, stripped naked as they tend to, and then put on the new undies. That's my assumption, anyhow. That's my assumption. But, you know. I mean, that's why I'm chucking it. I mean, I'm throwing out everything that's degraded. And including a bunch of blocks because I hit the wrong button, but it's fine. So whenever I see gloves that have like the degradation symbol, I'm just chucking them. I'm still doing fortress cleanup. Still. Do items hurt the FPS a lot? Not a lot, but enough. And also, it's just did you just throw a door in there? I don't even know what's been chucked. Anyway, they do hurt FPS, but they don't hurt FPS enough that it's generally something you need to worry about. I'm just trying to clean this fortress up because I want to play this fortress for another 10 years. Into a bin and sell them? Yeah, you could do that. You were thinking socks, loincloths, and vests as a base? Literally, this is what I do. Look at your dwarves that are migrating to your fortress, see what they're wearing, and make that. Because dwarves only need the clothing that they've known in their lives, and the new dwarves that show up will be the dwarves that are wearing exactly the gear that your faction is used to having. How much steel do I have? That's part of the reason why I want to keep playing this fort. I'm curious to see if it works. Although it's been a bit since we've gotten any migrants, but migrants kind of come and go, so we'll see. Suppity, Walmart, how thing? You having a good day, Captain? Dwarves love cloaks. Is that a trash dwarf? What a trash dwarf. Like, am I throwing dwarves in the trash? No. But this is my trash, like, disposal unit. Yes. All right, let's go to bars. All right, I don't actually know how much steel I have. I need to mine more magnetite, I think. I need to mine more magnetite and gold is what I actually need to do. Fortunately, there's a lot of gold in there. And then up here on the surface, a lot of magnetite. How do you prevent were people from spreading like a virus through your fort? If an infection starts, build a lot of doors. You have to trap them. Usually what I do is I wait until the full moon hits because they only turn into were creatures on the full moon. Although usually if there's a were creature, they don't even make it into my fortresses. But if they do for some reason make it into the fortress, I lock all of the doors, and dwarves can survive a month without any food or water. So I locked every single door, lock every dwarf that's in their bedroom into their door. Then when the moon turns and they all become were creatures or whatever, I need to brew drink from plants. I order or I go through and I rename all of the dwarves that have the nickname or that have the where-ism infection. I rename all of them so that I can then what's the word? I rename all of them so that I can see who's who and who has the infection, and then when they turn back, try and isolate them. But yeah, that's really what you need to do. Like, I mean, that's why I have this dwarf here, actually, who lives in this box. Because this dwarf had, or has, whereism. Every month they become a were-pangolin. So I just simply lock them in there. Thonk. Haggard, which is about as unhappy as you can get. Curious to see if these blocks get thrown out here and smash anybody to death. Nope, but that sock did. It's fine. I'm not planning to release him ever. I was kind of thinking about just dumping some lava on his head pretty soon, actually. No, they only spread the infection when they are in their were creature form. So when they're not in the were form, they are fair game to just stab to death. End his life, he's depressed. He's also kind of fortress insurance, which sounds really shitty, but the reality is if you have one single were creature in your fortress, and that were creature is a citizen of your fortress, if they are the last person left, then your fortress doesn't count as dead. But pangolin, I mean, were-pangolins might be an endangered species. I've seen a lot of were-pandas, though. I feel like those are probably more common than the pangolins. All right, so we've got both sides of these done. Getting close to being able to start filling this, actually. Let's just go approximately halfway. And go obsidian. We're going to go from the other side over as well. And obsidian. See, here's the thing. Were creatures kill each other on the full moon every month. So they're not exactly invincible. In fact, they're very much vincible. Speaking of vincible, we are going to... This is the human that offers us... These are the humans that offer us tribute down here. Looking for... artifacts. Book of the Human. 5 days travel, though. Holy shit. 3,000 goblins there. 1,000, 3,000, 1,000, 5,000 at Gate Jaws. My god. Dark Elven Fortress of Lake Cruel. Goblin Pits of Wraith Creep. It's what? How far is that? Half a day's travel. Let's go pillage this with one of my 2 squads. It's a lot of gob. Yep, there's a lot of gob in this world. They have no remorse. They kill indiscriminately. They eat all of your food. I mean, like, it's not that they don't necessarily deserve no pity. It's just they're not curable, and they're no real use to you. Vampires are of a use to you, right? So, like, I can kind of understand why you would keep vampires alive. But were creatures largely, they don't really benefit the player at all. So it's kind of hard to justify jumping through the hoops to keep them alive. But Goffer, how's things, dude? What's up today, man? Also gonna smooth all the way up here. Still trying to make this area look nicer up here. Still trying to. Let's turn off auto dig. Eventually, I kind of want to make this into a proper entry hall, but I don't know if we'll ever actually get there. Gonna be lurking today. Enjoy your lurks, dude. Just wanted to say hi before you went into your lurks. Player, you pull levers. Vampire life is pain. That's not true. I've done things with vampires that is more than just pull levers. Sometimes they're pumping a pump. Sometimes they're pulling levers. Sometimes they're pulling 2 levers. Sometimes I'm merciful and I let them, you know, stand in a box. Like, there was one vampire I had that basically lived in a box about the size of this art piece on the floor here, surrounded by walls. And I'm actually just gonna brew drink fruit here. Let's get those going. And he basically lived in the middle of the tavern, so you could see everybody, and he would actually dance and like take part in singing and song and all kinds of other interesting thing, but like didn't leave the one square. It was kind of funny. They return already? No. Okay, I was gonna say, wow. I don't understand the reference. What, Seb? Also, hello, animal, by the way. How are you doing today? Shizzle my drizzle. Get this good dwarf bizzle. I don't know what that means. Don't worry about it. Good, good, hell yeah. Can make him a personal leisure hall? Oh yeah, no, he's been insane for a while. He's haggard. Tantrums frequently. So he would topple anything I made for him. I kind of thought about it initially, but... Quick, write it down. Nah, not worth it. Can't confirm. I'm still not sure what this is or where it came from, by the way, this Forgotten Beast body. Genuinely not sure where it came from. Nor do I know who killed it. Which is one of my favorite things about Dwarf Fortress. It's like, I don't know where that came from. Your tiny bit of midlife crisis. What's up, animal? I love the conversation we had with chat yesterday about this game, where Dwarf Fortress was Zach and Tarn's midlife crisis. Like, making Dwarf Fortress was like their early midlife crisis, and then putting it on Steam was their actual midlife crisis. This dwarf. Okay, so Jerry Gord, I'm putting you in the military because you really want to practice a martial art. It is the biggest stressor for you in your life. You're asking so nicely. So I'm going to provide. Nobody knows when they're going to die, so you can actually have, you can actually have a perpetual midlife crisis. This is true. I mean, many people have many midlife crises. Crises? Crisis is a hard thing to say plurally. Vancouver, I would say Vancouver's your early midlife crisis. You're around my age, right, Orange? It's an early midlife crisis. Crisis. Yes, crisis. Crises. Well, I mean, so there's early midlife crisis, which can happen in like your 20s, early 30s, and then there's midlife crisis, which is usually 50 to like 45 to like 55 or 60 even. Then you can have a late midlife crisis when like you join a band at the age of 70. Wait, why'd you put your shield down? Oh, I see, because it's strapped to your upper body. That's interesting. Yeah, your third life crisis. the worst of the midlife crises. God, I really need to make more rock blocks. Speaking of midlife crisis, how you doing, Armor? Huh, no way. I think you've actually told that one in this chat before. But how you been, Armor? It's good to see you, mate. How do you know it's midlife? It's based on your age, not the actual length of your life. Clearly. Should be pretty self-explanatory. Waiting on 2 dwarves to leave. Are you still alive, Captain Walmart? My knee-jerk response is no. No, you are in fact dead. Unfortunately. Check your heart. Check your pulse. Yeah, that's a good response. We had a whole lot of death there for a bit there, and I'm pretty sure you were one of the miners that got murked. But I'll be completely honest, I can't actually remember what happened to individuals. So Salty Tempest is fighting with a giant green tree frog. Ah, shot a bolt at him. Chipped the bone. And then a tendon has been torn, and then you ran away screaming. I must withdraw. Well, good for you. Oh, no. I mean, you are a hunter. A hunter with no bolts currently. Tame the frog? It has to step into one of my cage traps to tame it. Sadly, frogs cannot defeat Hydra. They just haven't hailed Hydra hard enough. Can I just say it's amusing to me that there's actually a large number of people in this world who didn't realize that that was just straight up like mocking Nazis? The amount of unironic hail hydras I've heard in my life kind of is a little bit depressing to me. There you go. We'll set up some more traps to try and catch random animals. And I will permit animals as well in this. in this spot. It's an easy red flag. Yeah, I suppose. Definitely accuracy in that statement. Praise Helix. God, it's been a minute since I've seen a Praise Helix in a Twitch chat. There's still an emote for that, isn't it? Is there? I don't see it. Like the shiny shell. Oh, no, there is. Okay. Is it really just Praise It? I thought it was Praise Helix was the emote. Been a bit. Been a while since Twitch Plays Pokemon was a thing. Now people are just watching AI Seinfeld. How much granite do I have? Although, didn't AI Seinfeld get banned? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, didn't that get banned? Yeah, which is what is it? It takes approximately 30 minutes for any open AI chatbot on the internet to become a racist or say something problematic. It's like the average of 30 minutes. I kind of feel like the people making that thing were just like, damn it! AI Seinfeld was banned, yeah, for making a oddly... Well, so here's the thing. Out of context, it was a transphobic joke. In context, because I watched the VOD, in context, it's not really a transphobic joke, but it's still a very questionable joke. It's one of those, like, oof. But, you know. The Microsoft AI was fun. I missed it. Like, I think I actually slept through it. Microsoft AI. Just output? Exactly. Frog. Yeah. That was the quote, Roxo. Speaking of it's been a while, Armor. There's a void in my podcastosphere these days. There's a void. You know, that's a take I've seen flying around. It's just like, well, obviously the way you stop the AI from taking over is you just convince everybody that they're bad people or bad software that just becomes racist, horrible monsters very quickly, and then people will dismiss it as something bad that we should ignore, which is kind of a funny take, actually. No, I'm referencing a podcast me and Armor in chat listened to, which is sort of ending. Completely unnecessary podcast if you want to go listen to it. Pat the NES Punk and Ian, or Pat Contry and Ian. You can't really go back to go and ask an AI what it was thinking. I mean, AI is just regurgitating what it's been told, right? You have to ask the people who taught it to really get what it was thinking. McJerby's in prison again. So's missed him. So's Itep. Wow, a lot of people are in prison. I've said this like every single episode. I really should. Why, I have a strange mood going on? What the fuck? Oh, you're working furiously. Well, that's cool. Chad, did you guys hear a strange mood go off? Because I sure as fuck didn't. Anyway, alpaca wool, llama wool cloth, pig leather, shale, dog leather, Zakrim's bone, whatever Zakrim is, probably a forgotten beast. Rough jelly opals and hornblende. I certainly didn't. Completely toned that one out. 142 bone, yeah. That's like almost a full human worth of bone. Caught it being a bot. That's kind of amazing, but also sad. Okay, well, we've removed all of the 3s from this. Sup, Frank? Time to build Frankenstein. Frank has entered the chat. Sorry, it's just the context of that is funny. Oh, that sucks, Eggbeard. Sinus infections are no joke. Get well soon. It's the worst. You hope 99% of Reddit are chatbots? I'll have you know 99%. The vast majority of Reddit's fine. I like Reddit. Maybe I'm an idiot for, like, genuinely enjoying Reddit, but I like Reddit. I'm also very amused by the fact that there's Frank the witch and also, well, it's Frank in the same chat at the same time most days right now. It's very amusing. Onul Gimzum, the cook, has created Sideral wool sandal and claims it as a personal treasure. Treasure. It's my very own sandal. It's more like, it's like a model airplane, you know? It's a model sandal. This is an alpaca wool sandal. Our craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular hornblende cabochons and decorated with forgotten beast bone. There we go. And encircled with bands of dog leather and made from alpaca wool cloth. The thread is midnight blue with dimpled dye, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of llama wool. I will catch up with you in a second, Pink. It's good to see you, by the way. It is adorned with hanging rings of llama wool and menaces with spikes of llama wool and jelly opal. On the item is an image of full moons in pig leather. On the item is an image of cut stances, the adamantine crown in shale. On the item is an image of a capuchin man in shale. Pink fluffy llama with the 23 months. It's a lot of months, dude. Thank you very much for all of those months. Thanks for continuing to watch the stream and for continuing to hang out after all this time. And after the big boom. Of popularity that this channel had briefly. Means a lot. Was his life's magnum opus? I don't understand why people are so quick to make fun of it or question it. It's like, yeah, a dwarf made a single shoe. What of it? It's what the dwarf made. I'm not gonna worry about it. Not all artifacts are useful. There's so many people out there that spend stupid amounts of money on a single sneaker. Doesn't really surprise me. It's just dwarven sneaker culture, really. The Earth and Twinkles have returned. Let's see how the squads did. We've pillaged one of the elven sites close by. The constructive orb attacked the beast of ends at the factional animal at Toneblaze. The dwarf Kodal led the attack, and the defenders were led by the elf Severe Rainboar. If you were sold shoes individually, you would rage. However, not having a matching pair. Yeah, but okay. So I think of it this way. You know those guys on, you know that guy on YouTube that makes knives out of weird materials that you shouldn't make knives out of? It's like that. This dwarf just made a weird one-off shoe prototype out of a weird material that you wouldn't normally make shoes out of, and they spent months etching it. It's like somebody made a statue of I don't know, half of a person. Would you get mad at them for not making the other half of the person? It's like, no, that's the art that they wanted to make. There's plenty of weird art pieces around town that make no logical sense, that look unfinished, that I've seen in my life, in my city. So, like, there's a piano that's cut in half in part of downtown here. Why? It's painted. Depends on the important half or the unimportant half. Is it the important half or the noisy half? Have you seen the crazy detailed Nike shoes? Unfortunately, yes, I have dipped my one toe into sneaker culture, and it's terrifying. It makes me very happy that I own 4 pairs of shoes. In the mid-spring of 160, the dwarf Codel Hailring outmatched the elf with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Okay, so the Earthen Twinkles, led by the dwarf Codel, clashed with 19 Bobcats, slaying 8. The Earthen Twinkles, led by the dwarf Codel, clashed with 19 Lynx, slaying 8. We clashed with 19 Grizzly Bears, slaying 8. Killed an elf, their leader, in fact. We used good tactics and had a strong positional advantage in Tone Blazed. And we clashed with 11 Lynx, clashed with Grizzly Bears. It was just basically just, it's literally just one elf and a bunch of animals in this place. We seized treasure and livestock. Let's see what we got. 25 sandpear wood arrows. Great. 4 horses, an alder buckler, and a hazelwood chest. I mean, horse burgers. Two for winter, and yeah, I have waterproof like winter boots, hiking boots / work boots, and then I have the summer hiking boots. I have a nice pair of shoes and a pair of runners, and then I also have like a set of like slip-ons that I just use on my patio, but I don't really count those. Those are almost more outdoor slippers. All right, so let's send them back out. Let's go raid that site again. My town, the town, my life. Let's go send them back out and pillage that. Except, please don't loot other items. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. You have 4 shoes total? Honestly, like, if I didn't go hiking, I would have way less shoes. It's literally just because I go hiking. Backpacking. But speaking of 3 pairs of shoes, Pink Fluffy Llama, how have you been? How's things been, dude? Yeah, I don't. That's why sneaker culture kind of grosses me out. Kind of for the same way that NFT culture grosses me out. It's like products that exist purely to have value and be resold completely defeats the entire point of a product in the first place to me, and it makes me feel ill. I don't like it. Salty Tempest, who am I giving a dwarf to? And why? Sneaker NFTs, they've done that. Those do exist. But since so many people have dwarves, you can just, assuming it's not like a political figure to make shit weird, I'll name almost anybody. Whoever has the best 6-word story about dwarves and shoes. All right, chat, so write a 6-word story about dwarves and shoes and at Salty Tempest with it. And I will consider... And I will give whichever dwarf Salty or whichever person Salty selects a dwarf. And I'm looking for more military dwarves. This one wanted to practice martial art. Dwarf saw shoes, dwarf ate shoes. I've never seen a dwarf eat a shoe. Dwarf was killed with own shoe. You know, honestly, that's probably happened before. I mean, I once had a dwarf that was killed by a sock. I was throwing socks down a garbage chute, not unlike this one, except down very, very, very many Z levels. There was a dwarf standing at the bottom, and they got impact death when it landed. Most you've ever spent on a pair of shoes was like 80 euros. I've spent way more than that on a pair of shoes. And the reason I spent way more than that is because hiking boots are expensive, especially nice ones. Same with good quality running shoes, of both of which I've bought in the past. Both of my hiking boots have steel toes, orange. Doing good, says Pink. Mostly really annoyed at the 2 management people on Monday, but all is good. Sounds like a Monday, yep. Padinsky got it? Okay. So, chat, what kind of dwarf am I giving Padinsky? Who I can tell you right now isn't currently dwarfed. I don't have a vampire. Cobbler's, no. I don't think cobbler is a dwarf job. I guess that would be like leather worker. Be the closest thing to that, but... We have cooks and farmers. Tons of them. A couple millers. Time to get a vampire? I haven't seen a single vampire in this world, actually. A lot, because I've got a... This is all a cook's guild, so I've part of the goal of this fortress was just to produce as many meals as possible. Vampires are like pathetically easy to spot in this version of the game, though. I mean, I would say at this point it's up to Salty. What kind of dwarf? Nominate a clother specializing in shoes. All right, well, I will give you a clother. Badinsky gets the first clother I see, who's currently weaving thread into silk. Weaver, not a clother. My bad. All of my clothers are named, so I'm just going to give this crafts dwarf. Padinsky. Padinska? Padinsky returns to the fortress as a pet KV, useless. Satisfied upon at work and satisfied after producing a masterwork. And we needs to eat a good meal, which is ironic because I've got a lot of food. Maybe I should cook more meals. I need to check actually my prepared meal stocks. Maybe we're running low. Very rusty, proficient fisher dwarf. Always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations. He is conflicted by this since he sees these tendencies as an impotent for the quest for power. He's prone to strong feelings of lust, is bashful after wearing tattered clothing, and freely shares details of his life and does not find most jokes humorous. He feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He isn't particularly curious about the world and doesn't often feel envious of others. He's often nervous and doesn't handle stress well after seeing a hamster woman's dead body. Okay. And doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and he doesn't seek out excitement. He is assertive, and he could be considered rude, though he finds the rules of etiquette to be he likes to brawl, and he could be considered rude, though he finds the rules of etiquette to be valuable in the abstract. He's quick to form negative views about things, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He tends to be a little, and he's pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. He personally thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice is truly disgusting. Dreams of creating a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized, and does not care about family one way or another. He needs chromite, iron, and cat's eye. And giant mink leather. Pig bone and the color fern green. Battle axes and bucklers and cages and kobolds for their mischief. And the sounds of the bewildering silkiness, and when possible prefers to consume clown loach and teff beer, and absolutely hates fire snakes. You are a member of the Craftsdwarf's Guild, the Hall of Skirts, and generally you're wearing pretty good quality clothing. You're generally a pretty happy dwarf from what I can tell. Family-wise, no friends or family. Just a pet guinea pig. Dude, we had to kill so many hamster people, it's not even funny. Pink, you don't even know. You don't even know. We have influencer dwarves, they're called nobility? I don't know if nobles are influencers. Maybe in the current era, but in this era, nah. Okay, so we did a pillage. The elf, oh geez, the elf Tease Leaf Joyous outmatched the dwarf Kodal. Hail Ring with a cunning plan, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. We clashed with 19 Lynx, slaying 12. Bunch of evenly matched fights, no losses so far. Lots of unscathed escapes upon the dwarves. An elf was killed by Melbill. We clashed with 7 Lynx. Uh-oh. We lost Edzul, channel teachers, who was imprisoned by the modest Glimmer. So, that was right there. Let's go on a rescue mission, shall we? Edzul, the dwarf, was imprisoned in the forest retrieve of Adorblot. Means I'm going to send both squads. We are going to attempt to raise it. We're not going to steal items, but we are going to try to free captives. That was Clay's dwarf? I think so, yeah. The one who got imprisoned? Yep. I'm like 98% certain. Adorblot. Yeah, we're going to go try and rescue him back. Attempt to. Time for Fry, hello. And IR Stupid is also here. Good day. It's good to see you, man. Peeking at chat. Also, hey, Ben. Ski boots count as shoes? Oh, I mean, actually, if camping slippers count as shoes, I have 5 pairs of shoes. I have winter camping slippers. Venus! What kind of dwarf would you like? Approximate job title and beard or no beard. And I will do my best to provide you with the closest dwarf I can. Based on what we have in this fortress. Which may or may not be what you want. But I will do my damnedest. I don't know why I'm putting a table and a chair in here. I'm thinking about just making this into a tiny little dining room. So dwarves hang out there. It's probably a good idea to, you know, have some dwarves hanging out in the lever room. Probably not a terrible idea. Werebeast has been claimed since the beginning. Since before he was bit. Let's eat cereal. Most useless piece of crap dwarf in the fort. You know, it's funny. There's 2 kinds of people. There's people that want to be the most useful dwarf in the fort, and then there's people who want to be the most useless. The problem is the way I build my forts, we never really have any useless dwarves. Like, honestly, it doesn't generally happen. Everybody's at least modestly useful. So I will give you a baby. Beard or no beard? Have I played Dark and Darker? Nope. That's all I have to say. I vaguely know what Dark and Darker is, and I've seen a couple minutes of gameplay, so I have no real thoughts. Why do you ask, though, Grim Power? I don't even generally stream multiplayer games. My 10-second impression of Dark and Darker was the animations looked kind of shit. All right, I'm going to give you this baby because I think he looks funny. Venus Pettigrew. Venus Pettigrew says, Gah, you were horrified after seeing Lorbim die. Oh, no. You are being hauled around by your mummy. Your mom is Regith, and, your dad is Regith, and your mom is Aitan. You are 1 year old. You're envious, obstinate, shameless, and not anxious, and you disdain power, and you have poor focus. He's prone to strong feelings of jealousy and intellectually stubborn, probably because he's a baby. Rarely changing his mind during a debate, regardless of its merit, probably because he's a baby. And he's generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, definitely because he's a baby. And he has a very calm demeanor, and he doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, probably because he can't walk yet and is also a baby. Does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. Cries a lot because he's a baby. And he thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Well, duh, he's a baby. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he can handle stress. That's strange, but okay. Doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He's a baby. Personally hates those who wield power over others. Shut up, Mom. And does not respect the law. Neither did I when I was a baby. And dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes to draw little pencil scribbles. He likes pericluse, bismuth, clear tourmaline, walnut wood, giant impala hoof, jute fabric, and crossbows and cows and emus. Crossbows and emus and for their size and the words of the Tomb of Dying. And when possible, prefers to consume llama cheese, papaya wine, and absolutely hates lizards. And it's horrible that Mom's been singing the Tomb of Dying to him. I mean, come on. Let's give him nursery rhymes or something. Saw it on the top of Twitch views. I mean, like I said, I haven't played it, but from what I understand, it's it's an extraction type game. Rimtar, like it's like Escape from Tarkov. So it's basically streamer bait at this point, which is like mean to call it that, but it's medieval Tarkov. Yeah, I mean, I've heard it's good. People seem to like it. I swear everybody I know is streaming it. So. I don't know. There's plenty of games out there that look kind of shit that are a lot of fun to play. Example A, Mountain Blade. Example B, Dwarf Fortress. So, I don't know. Not really one to judge. It seems fine. I mean, if somebody could make one of those games, but like with the combat from like... Why am I now completely blanking? If someone can make one of those games, but with the combat from Mordhau, I was just thinking man screams while running with sword. Or Chivalry even. If you can make one of those games, but like with the combat of one of those, maybe we'd be talking. Maybe now we'd be talking. Like, I that might actually make me play a new Chivalry if they manage to make a Chivalry with that kind of gameplay loop. Sword of Argon. I do not recall. Co-opted by a bunch of racists? Wait, hold on. Are we talking about the player-based or are we talking about the publisher? Because that's just any game with open mic voice chat. Literally any game with open mic voice chat is just going to bring out the worst in people. You give people even an even slight amount of like freedom and anonymity and they will just say the worst things. It's just how humanity unfortunately functions. Which is why you turn off the voice chat and play the goddamn video game. It's just like I really enjoyed playing Hell Let Loose with a friend of mine on a free weekend. Really cool game until you hear people like unironically singing Nazi songs on your team and you're like, I know we're playing the Germans in a World War II game, but can you shut the fuck up? And that's kind of a game where you actually have to like have voice chat on to play it functionally, which is real. I thought I saw Were Llama. Clearly not. Which is real funny when you know, you've just like, you're all sitting on voice chat and you're like rolling forward and your squad leader's like, all right, you move up here, you move up here, you move here. And then somebody in your squad just starts singing something real problematic. And then your squad leader's like, bang! And then the guy's dead. And they're like, kick him from the server, vote kick. And then you just keep crawling. It's very funny. Happened a couple times at the time I was playing. It was always a good laugh. Especially because like that game's got like proximity voice chat. So like you'll just be you'll just be like walking around, and then you'll hear somebody like screaming some obscenity, and then you'll just hear bah! And like because like the guy starts screaming, like the character model starts screaming and falls over, and then like the voice kind of half cuts out and he's still singing. There's something very funny about that. It's like, get fucked, douchebag. It's like the one thing that the entire player base agrees is it doesn't matter what side they're on or if it's friendly fire. If you hear somebody saying something shitty, shoot them. There's something kind of great about it. But yeah, no, shitty people in multiplayer games unfortunately comes with the territory. Like, I don't think I've ever played a multiplayer game that's truly free of that kind of crap. All right, let's make more rock blocks because I need more. Especially for the surface, we're gonna need a lot. Yay, we're getting down to 1 depth. Some servers can be stupid. You got in a truck that someone else was driving, and you got out of it. You got friendly fired, and they did so because you drove off without them. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry that happened to you. Wow. I don't know. Do you guys want to see me try and stream Dark and Darker? Because I feel like I would be horrific at it, and I don't think I'd be particularly entertaining. But now that I'm a not small channel, it's like, well, should I jump on the thing that all the kids are doing? Because I don't know, really. Because honestly, I don't know. Games like that, just I kind of look at them and go, eh. You have no idea what that is. Neither do I, really. Neither do I, really. It's okay. I probably won't stream it. I don't really feel like going to put effort into playing a multiplayer game. Sounds like a grind. Still chucking out garbage. And old clothing that we don't need. I'd rather play Caves of Cud. It's like turning your screen brightness down by 2. You know, I can see that. That's a gaming term that I've only recently become acquainted with, Paxmac, and I don't think I like it. Referring to somebody trying hard at a video game as sweating, it's like, what? It's like, I guess it makes sense, but I don't know, it just feels icky. It's like, well, people have been sweating it. Ugh. I don't know. Ugh. It's gross. Well, take a shower. Jesus. Well, that's the other thing. Is like generally with multiplayer games, I find that I'm at a massive disadvantage because of my eyes. But no, I know exactly what the term means. Like, and that's the thing. I'm perfectly aware of what it means. It just feels gross when I hear it, and I think that's the point. Also, first bits of the day. Thanks, Sire Stupid. For the 69 cents. Congrats on taking that #1 spot with a vengeance. And holding it. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I feel like a lot of the appeal of my stream is I play games that other streamers don't play. No. Yeah, because they're a were creature. They turn into a pangolin once a month. It's okay. They live there. I wouldn't worry too much about them. Put that at the end? Yes, I did. Okay, so I need a second lever for that. You have maturity issues?
I have maturity issues.
Really now? Community was a great show, though. Thanks for the 25 cents, Sire Stupid. How's diorite? Wait, were they supposed to make a community movie? First I'm hearing of this. Because, yeah, that'll never get made. That's never going to happen. Oh, yeah, no, totally. But people who try super hard at games like that make it harder for me to enjoy them. That was the goal? Huh. I feel like I watched, like, 4 seasons of Community. Something like that. Pretty sure that's about how much Community I watched. Weren't super hot? Yeah. Like most shows. There was a season where Dan Harmon wasn't involved and they were so bad. I feel like I should know who that is, but I don't. All right, so we're hooking this up to get the water down into the lower troughs. But before I can actually put the water down there, I need to build some sort of Grand Central Station area for this. Because all of those upper bridges need to be connected to a... Oh, actually, I can just jump down this way. This is actually way quicker to just do this. So these upper bridges all need to be connected to a lever, and these lower bridges need to be finished. So I need to build some sort of Grand Central Station for this. So I think we're going to go to maybe right here. And we're just going to make a little room. It's been a while since I made a room. Look at that. Could just use graphite. It's got more than enough of that. Fun color. Looks like obsidian. Going to be my demon blocker. They began filming a community movie this summer. Huh. Well, more power to them. Let's do that. That bear's tame? Oh, yeah. No, these are my grizzly bears. Oh, one of the right? Okay, one of the right. I'm not very good at, like, I'm not a huge TV person, like, keeping track of, like, names and such. I'm much more versed in the video game sphere of things. So I do a pretty good job kind of forgetting who's who. Yeah, the Forgotten Beast wasn't tame. Yeah, that was kind of sketchy. Kind of sketchy. Actually, now that I think about it, I didn't actually read the description of this statue. This is an exceptional gold statue of Delin Tickbald and an image of Delin Tickbald, the labored mortality of Satin, the dwarf in gold by Vubok. So this was the dwarf that killed that Forgotten Beast. The laborious mortality of Satin is striking down Delum. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin Delum by the dwarf Dodok. The laborious mortality of Satin in the lustrous thief in the late autumn of 255 during Delit Thresker, the riddled attack. Cool. Speaking of the riddled attack, my squads have both returned. Let's see if we save that dwarf. We went out to raise it. Really, the elf outmatched the dwarf Errol. Again, this elf is a freaking genius, man. The fighting? Probably death. We struck down 2 elves, 3 elves. We lost Errol. Oh wait, no, what? Their mouth was stabbed. Wait, their mouth was stabbed? What part of the mouth was stabbed? Where's the details, Dwarf Fortress? A lot of even matches here. Killed a goblin. Ugh. We lost Ast. This is a weird site. It's only got 10 people in it. Well, we're gonna keep trying. Let's try and just raid. It's 10 good elites. That or it's 10 good elites and like a billion animals, because animals are not counted in site population, which is a bit deceiving. Actually, it's extremely deceiving. Bloody a door blot, though. Mr. Henke, hello. How are we doing? Stabbed mouth sounds like a napalm death song. To be fair, I feel like Dwarf Fortress is accidentally a incredibly good metal band name generator. There was a Twitter account that I used to follow that I haven't seen in a while because I don't look at Twitter very much anymore. Called Metal Band EXE, which just like scrambled words together and made fake band logos and band names. It was always very amusing to me. I always very much enjoyed it. Let's make some meals. Make some lavish meals. Let's do 500 lavish meals. All right. Where's it drinking all the booze? And then I'm going to need a seal and an entry and exit. So that's going to lock the thing. That's going to seal them into obsidian. Be a lot of leaves to connect.
It's been 3 months.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me. 5 days since something. 3 days since I laughed at you. Yeah, it's December 7th was when you followed me, which was what, the day after Dwarf Fortress released? Yeah. Been a while, hasn't it? Hope you still like the vibe of the stream. When ambiguous amphibian rated. You know, it's kind of funny. Okay, who texting me?
I'm sharing this so the
Very
stupid
confused.
Twitch app stops asking me to share it every time I tune in.
You know you can share it when you're offline. And that effectively cancels it. But thanks for the second month, Grunty. Cheers. But you know, it's kind of wild, actually. We've gone almost essentially back to where we were before Premium Lunch when it comes to like the amount of raids this channel gets. Like that, like December, I think... I know, not that I think. December, for fact, is the most raids I ever got in a month. Just far and away. No contest there. The most raids I ever got in a month. And now we're basically back down to what we were before, for better or for worse, which is like, maybe I get a raid this week. Maybe I don't. Kind of miss the raids. They were fun. It was nice to be part of normal Twitch for a little bit there. But chat room, can I get a couple beers for those 2 resubs? 2 more and we can get a hype train, theoretically. Thank you for the 6 pennies. IR Stupid, to bring your numbers up to the nice 1600, even. Wrong kind of raid. You know, that studio directly reached out to me this morning and offered me a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. I was a normie streamer playing that hot new game for a bit. Yeah. I mean, actually, what percentage of Twitch are we in right now? Much higher than I was before. I used to be in the top 50 to 60,000 of Twitch. Here's this from late January, Lamau. You got tired of the pop-up is all? Ah, that's fair, yeah. I'm in the top 0.06 of Twitch. We are ranked 4,174, and I'm number 1,673 highest viewed English-speaking channel. During December, we hit top 700 in English. You're engaging in acts of war in this game for the first time, and you're so scared for your little guys. Aw. I mean, if you're actually that scared, save. 0.06, yeah. We were at 0.02 for a minute there, which was whack. Like, to be clear, I ain't complaining. Just for clarity's sake here. I am not complaining. So do not think that I am.
Crypt Pog Crypt Beer.
Thank you, Claiborne, for the $5, I think? Yeah, that's $5. $5?! Cheers, dude. For the $5 hairs and bitties. Oh, no, I'm not, like I said, I'm not complaining. It's more just like kind of making an observation at this point. All right, so you are water top. Obsidy. Trap. Water. Bill. Obsidy. Trap. Whoosh. So you down here. I'll start connecting the top side. Yeah, me. I am in the top 0.06 of Twitch. Percent of Twitch. But then again, you're in the top 5% if you have, I think it's 2 viewers. Which is nuts. That might have changed, but... Although right now Twitch is in a massive decline and everybody's being all apocalyptic about it, like, oh no, the site's dying. It's like, well, obviously we're not gonna like keep up with the growth from 2020. If you expected us to, then you're thinking like a CEO. Trying to just get all these boulders out of here, hopefully. Everybody is dooming. It's what people's work keeps telling them to do, so thus they're dooming. What's this contraption for? We're gonna hopefully, use it to seal demons into obsidian. We're gonna get 1 shot with it. And if it doesn't work, smile? What kind of materials do I has? Hey, we're actually getting some rock salt again. We got diorite, we got hornblende, dolomite. We're getting there. We're getting there. Also gonna need to make some magma safe mechanisms and forbid all the non-magma safe ones. Either it works or it doesn't. Good odds. True. True. No, I wouldn't say it was a question bog too. It was a clarification. Not silly. Fair. Objection, that isn't how it works. Angry. I don't know about that. Also, chat room, I've done this a couple of times, but I just want to throw out proper credit where proper credit is due. Diamond Destruct in chat and Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap, one of my mods, made the Gremlin for Mayor countdown timer that you might have seen, which on day 1 of Dwarf Fortress's release rated me right as Dwarf Fortress released on Steam, bumping me from, like, I think it was about 500 concurrent viewers during the countdown to 1,100. I cannot actually describe how much that helped me on day 1 of Dwarf Fortress being out. Like, I actually sometimes wonder if I would have done as well as I'd had if that hadn't happened. I don't actually know. I don't think it's possible I wouldn't have. Possible we would have had, like, half of the growth. Which is, I kind of feel like it was cheating, but... Exactly, Stone. We plotted. Sad? I'm not sad, but... happy, I guess. Okay, let's see how we did. They're apparently returning. Yep, they are in fact returning. A train right away when they come back. Okay, we set out again. Okay, so we snuck in undetected. We searched a door blot. We stole a bunch of books and we stole livestock. Did we release... Ah! Concerning the divorce was stolen. I don't see anything about releasing prisoners. We did get livestock, though. 4 raccoons, yak bulls, 2 yak cows, and a raccoon. 5 coons and a bunch of yaks. Nope, they still have Edzul. Let's try and pillage again. Once they return. I wonder if that feeling like it's cheating is a bit of imposter syndrome? Oh, trust me, imposter syndrome comes with the job description in this gig. Like, if you work in, like, any kind of public figure role, like, I don't personally feel like I deserve any bit of the fame or success that I have. Period. Like, just flat. I don't feel like I deserve it. Regardless of if that's true or not. But that's just, like, you know, comes with the territory. Oh, you got the shirt that you won from the giveaways? Hell yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't buy it, so thank the person who gave it away, but... I mean, I'm wearing mine right now. Which, like, if I hit the right button, you're like, yeah, there it is. It's a nice incognito dwarfy shirt. I do think it's utterly hilarious, though, that I got my merch out and done before Kit Fox got the official merch out. Fangamer, you're friggin' slow. For countdown record memory? Yep. No, genuinely, like... I don't... Okay, hold on. Are we talking about cable TV? Because I watched some... like low-budget free cable TV in a hotel about 1.5 years ago. Some of the worst, like there is better bottom barrel YouTube content out there. So easy. But just normal TV, I don't know. I honestly, like, I compare the stuff that I do easier in my brain to, like, radio, if that makes any sense. Like, Twitch to me has more in common with radio. At least the way I run my stream has more in common with radio than TV. But that's also because as a kid growing up, I didn't have TV. All of the TV, cartoons, and all that stuff I got from, like, going over to friends' houses. And I've never actually lived in a house with any kind of cable or network television. So I don't really have, like, the best, like, equivalents to draw in my mind to that. So do I think my stuff is better than TV? I personally feel like subscribing to a Twitch channel is better value for your money and doing more good than subscribing to Netflix. As somebody who still has a Netflix sub because his parents use it, personally, I think like subscribing to an independent streamer that you like watching and watching once or twice a week, you'll probably get more hours of content watched out of it. You'll probably enjoy it more. And you can also, like, you know, hop on Discord and talk with other people, and you get bonus community out of it too. It's certainly cheaper than TV. You've been mostly watching the VODs? Well, hello. No, no one will find me. Okay. Fid me? No one will fid me? Is that what is that how you say that? First time watching you live, mostly been consuming VODs while washing dishes and programming and such. Well, cheers. Thanks for coming over. Just your general terrestrial TV in the UK Freeview, which actually costs like $150 a year. I mean, subbing on Twitch ain't cheap. I mean, same. AJ Hendricks. I mean, for me, like, I watch Twitch and YouTube. I use Netflix and Amazon Prime Video as, like, I just want to watch a movie, and I'm just going to go. It's, like, for me, like, that's the equivalent of, like, renting a movie at Blockbuster, and you can't do that anymore, obviously, because that industry's dead. So for me, like, I still use Netflix because sometimes I just want to. And usually what I'll do is I'll just go to the award-winning section, and I'll just scroll randomly until I see something I haven't seen before, and I go, bop, and watch that on my phone. Or I watch their true crime docs, and that's basically it. Like, just if you're gonna watch Blinded Chill, please, like, you know, at least mute me first, and don't tell me about it. I don't need another set of DMs like that one person once who was just like, dude, I had sex with your stream on in the background. I was like, I don't ever need to know that. Thanks. Just don't ever be like that one dude. Admittedly, that was like, how many years ago was 2017? 6 years ago? It's okay if you don't tell you. I'd prefer not to know, but, you know, do what you need to do with your life, you know? In this industry, you get some weird DMs from time to time by people who probably aren't thinking about what they're saying. And that was one of those, and it's a standout one. Count like a troll, 1, 2, man. I don't mind a couple trolls. Most of my trolls are mods. The best mods are trolls, and the best trolls are mods. He was watching your Dwarven Pump tutorial. This was like before I streamed Dwarf Fortress too. Oh, Pratchett references? I've never read any Pratchett, so. And everybody's always like, read Pratchett! And I'm like, I just don't have enough free time. All right, let's slaughter some more of those livestocks that we got. Or they start making baby coons. Yeah, he's super angry. He's haggard. Far and away the most depressed out of all of my dwarves. Actually, speaking of dwarves, I'm going to move some of them upstairs, up here. I'm going to get both my squads training up here because we're not actively fighting with the hidden fun stuff, so it's a bit of a waste actually having them down here. Might as well get them training up with the other squad. I've heard that Pratchett's good. But, you know, there's a lot of good books out there that I haven't read. Yeah, I've missed out on something. It's okay. I've missed out on many things in life, but you know what? I have many things that you have missed out on in life. So it's like, what would I rather spend my free time doing? Sitting in my house and reading a book or going camping? I personally would rather go on a hike. You do what you want to do. Got ancient beasts in there? A couple, yeah. I mean, I've got forgotten beasts right here. Never mind. Game 7. All right, I'll read the story. Hold up. Take a hike. Well, you don't need to see it that way, man. Where was I going? Scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. I want to die when Eurist is the mayor. Next, grasp on scarves using hairy arms that strangle fidgety cats. No. No, they're not. Well, I mean, actually, you never know. We might get another round of book burning insanity. You never know. The world's gotten pretty crazy recently. Weirder things have happened. Fidgety, not giggity. The word clearly says fidgety. But no, there's plenty of experiences I've missed out on in life. But you know what? I've had plenty of experiences in life that many of you guys will never have. Oh, is this happening again? Well, a Vile Force of Darkness has arrived, and also at the exact same time, an ambush. So hold on, which one's the Vile Force of Darkness, and where's the ambush? My soldiers are here right now. Okay, so the ambush is right there. Where's the Vile Force then? Oh, hold on. So did we get Snatchers and Elves at the exact same time? I think we did. Okay, so hold up. Let's lock the dwarves underground. Do the thing. The lava is draining, which is good, but that's fine. It's still kind of hilarious that keeps happening. I like how they showed up in the same place. The important question is, are we going to get another one of those situations where we get another army appearing? Also, I love how long it takes for them to actually kill this goblin. Like, they're trying. They are shooting arrows at him, and they are trying very hard. He is bleeding, sort of. They're beating the crap out of him. Oh, I still have plenty of lava. Just the lava lake isn't full. The plan's still the same. I'll burn them. Yeah, they're just, like, slowly beating him to death. Tough little gubby, yeah. For an entire war? That happened yesterday. That's what all these bodies are here for. We got ambushed by two, wait, what? Diamond? We got ambushed by two different elven factions at the same time that are at war, and then the humans showed up. It was pretty good. It went on for quite some time. Oh, a new emote, yes. Crypt Palm was added yesterday. What's up, Trimkoff? So did they leave? Or are they still attacking me? So there's a goblin bowman. Who I can't actually see. But is apparently in the middle of the screen. A snatcher. Protect the child. The childs. you. Stab these guys to death. Literally, yes, hide your kids. Looks like we killed one of the snatchers. Let's just station both the squads up here. Putting them to go back to training. And it appears that my piglet and who's my new Saudar. So we got a Soud. Our piggies here will spot any invaders if they do pop in, but apparently we're still under siege. I don't know where. Oh, I see. There's one goblin thief right there. He's being currently chased by one of my dwarves. Are you carrying a child? Nope. Is sweating, though. That would be cool, actually. I wonder how difficult that would be to mod in. Oldsmar. All right, there you go. Flat. Oh, there he is. Go get you. This one's injured, apparently. This one might have been one of the ones that was fighting with the elves. Wanderkin, what kind of dwarf would you like, approximately? Apparently, we're still under siege. I don't know what is besieging me. Another little dead gob to add to the list. Tourists? Pretty much. Goblins are here on tour. Not you're happy with anyone? Let's see. I don't actually know if I have any gem cutters here, because I have a specific labor for it. Let's see. Okay, so, I do have some doors with gem cutting skill. I could give you Stukos. I could give you Logum. They're both cooks, but I could give them gems cutting. Problem is we haven't been doing much in the way of jewel crafting in a while. Yes, they can, but they don't siege. They ambush elves. Which means the elves might still be sieging. Yes, unfortunately, Frank. They'll take Stukos. Hold on, I gotta do a thing before I forget. Station the military there. Stukos, Stukos, Stukos. Anyways. Wanderkin. Wanderkin is a legendary cook content after sleeping in a very good bedroom and was relieved after being near a waterfall. She is a perfectionist and very ambitious and always looking for a way to better her situation. She does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She tends to consider what others think of her, and she is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and she is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents and can sometimes act without deliberation. She has a greedy streak and does not hate or developed negative feelings. She often is nervous, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She is assertive, and she becomes animated when she gets angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally finds leisure time wasteful, sees perseverance in the face of adversity bullheaded and foolish, and respects power and dreams of raising a family. She likes shirt brass and kunzite and giant leopard seal leather, long fin mako shark tooth and the color fern green, gems and short swords and horses for their strength, and iron men for their stern appearance. You know, I think they should change that from Iron Men for their stern appearance. They should add Iron Men for their marvel. Just to see if anybody like says anything. She prefers to consume giant red panda, seahorse, and raspberry wine and 2-humped camel's milk, and 2-grain wheat seeds, and absolutely hates hamsters. I'm pretty good, Chupa Station, and yourself? Often nervous. Me too, girl. Exactly. It's just like the disappointed bouncer. Diamond. So now the question is, curious. We're apparently under siege, but there's nothing on the map. I'm going to send this squad out. Oop, artifact. Bane! The cook is withdrawing from society. Are you? You are lacking a lot of armor. Yeah, it's being drained for maintenance, cleaning, and upgrades. Although we started doing that yesterday. Do I think that there will be new sprites for Stone Floor? I don't know. You'd have to ask. I'm not going to speculate because I don't actually know. I know that there's lots of sprites that they've been meaning to add that are missing. That they just didn't get to, and I don't have a full list. I think like your best bet there would just be to ask somebody in the KitFox Discord. Because I don't know. But I personally would like more sprites for a lot of things. Yeah, absolutely. We're removing the that stanky buildup of crud. But good question though, Chupa Station. I don't actually. If I had a good answer for you, I would say, but I don't. Right. I'm assuming that there are no elves left on the map. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go into here, and we are going to claim all of this. And then I think I'm going to deconstruct this. I'm just going to put a door in this. Let them just run out into here and go grab stuff. Oh, that's fair, Napalm. There's a 6 a.m. in the morning. I don't know, whatever it is, but it sounds illegal. My dad, unironically, of his own volition, gets out of bed at stupid fuck off o'clock in the morning. I don't know how he does it. By stupid o'clock in the morning, I mean about 4 o'clock in the morning. My dad gets up. That's what I want. I want that gear. When you worked tech support and they were monitoring the new staff, they never believed me when I said to customers hearing, I don't know, as an answer. When telecom's poll is going to be fixed. I mean, that's the one nice thing about me not actually working for Kit Fox in any way. Because I've had a few people ask me, it's like, why doesn't Bay 12 hire you? Or why doesn't Kit Fox hire you? It's like, well, I guess the one nice thing is I can genuinely be like, I don't fucking know. And like, you can't even point at me and be like, he's not saying anything. Like, it's true. I don't actually know. Day start at 9 a.m. for me. I zombily wake up at 8, roll out of bed, crotchetily crawl across out of bed, sip my first cup of coffee, make 3 more cups of coffee, goes over here, sits down at computer, sort of turns on, starts stream up, finishes making coffee, comes back over, pours coffee into thermoses, sits down, crankily grumbles at chat for an hour while record spins, and then plays video games for 10 hours, and then makes some sort of dinner, and then goes to bed. Bay 12 doesn't, but Kit Fox does. Well, actually, that's not true. Tarn literally gave me insider knowledge while I was at PAX, so yeah, no, they do. No, they absolutely appreciate the work I do, for sure. All right, so I'm going to grab these dwarves, and we're going to go to equip, and I'm going to go update equipment. See what happens. Fine then. I'm going to add a uniform, add a steel. See what we still need. There we go. A couple more of our weapons have been filled out. We'll need to give everybody water skins. Let's just make 14 water skins. Let's just make 30 water skins. What is that red tear on one of the armor, or red tear? It means that it's set to be melted. That's all that it means. There's some adamantine shields up there. Kind of tempted to, like, cut a bunch of this stuff out down here, but... What we should actually do, though, is just widen this. Probably a lot of stuff getting put away right now. Yep, we drained the lava moat. We drained it to get the gear out. As you can see, a lot of my soldiers are actually running in right now and picking up gear. Let's see what you pick up. Or has some Lyagushka, you have some stitches in your hand. You're running around with greaves and a shield. Pretty badass loadout, if you ask me. Actually curious what you're going for. Grabbed a steel helm, good stuff. What else you grabbing? Adamantine short sword, damn right. Steel mail shirt. Steel low boot. When do I think AI will be being used to write games? It already is. Like, straight up, it already is. Hello, Growlcore. How you been? Can you get the information of when resources can be found on the tile after you've embarked? I mean, the easiest way to do it, I would think, would be to retire your fortress, save it to a new timeline, and then go to the embarking screen and just have your mouse over it. Take a minute, but that would probably be the quickest and easiest way. Suboptimal, but it'll work. Procedural generation should not be confused with AI. I'm just gonna be blunt with you. Procedural generation should not be confused with AI. You can't wait for a fully AI developed game and for it to be horrible. Yeah. I don't know. AI makes me uncomfortable in a bad way. Hold on, are you wearing low boots? Oh, I see, you're hauling them, okay. I thought that dwarf was wearing multiple pairs of boots, and I was like, how exactly are you doing that? Also, we're stuck in an ad right now, so I'm not gonna do anything interesting. I like how I'm still technically under siege, but not actually. I mean, not to be like a dumb, but like, don't most language learning apps use AI to do literally that? Like, I'm pretty sure like that's how Duolingo works, is it not? It like uses an AI to generate lessons for you based on what you've already learned. Oh shit! Sorry, I forgot about this artifact. I saw that it was being worked on, but Bane, I don't know if you're in the chat right now, has created Larim Kolvust, a pigtail bag, and offers it to the Chonky Orb. That's a useful artifact. This is a pigtail bag. All craftware ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with steel and decorated with pigtail and pearwood and bugbat leather and encircled with bands of radiant cut stars, sapphires, and it's made from pigtail cloth. This object menaces with spikes of pigtail. The blue diamond on the item is an image of dust singed. The sheep wool head veil. On the item is an image of the gilded silkiness, the pockmarked metal scepter in jasper opal. On the item is an image of flute fortresses, the mechanical pillars, the bulky clear blue metal lash in bugbat leather. Bags by Bane. Bags by Bane does actually sound like an actual brand. Straight up, does. Just waiting for a little bit more of this stuff to disappear, and then what I'm going to do is we're going to start building walls along the bottom here. In fact, I could just make this a solid block. Kind of funny. Somebody in one of the YouTube comments of one of my videos referring to one of the community forts referred to wasted marble. It's like, clearly you haven't watched any Sizzletongs because it might give you a heart attack. In the future for drainings, I'm just going to redesign it so it won't need to be drained as much. Why are we draining the moat? So that I can get all the armor out of it mostly. Because there's a lot of gear up here, and I want to get it out of my moat. Yes, lots and lots and lots of free stuff. Multiple, actually. And there's still several in here. Back at a glance. Only one of my dwarves is unarmed now. Several more. Check equipment. Yeah, so only 4 are unarmed, whereas way more were unarmed previously. Sorry, what? Goblin Bowman is fighting? Okay, where is this friggin' Goblin Bowman? I mean, you haven't been found dead. Nope, but Deep Gift has. Okay, so there is a goblin bowman on my map still. What the fuck? Well, F's for Deep Gift. Also, where does this stairway go? Apparently down to nowhere. I built a stair to nowhere. Came back to a party? I don't know if I'd call this a party. But there's definitely one goblin on my map for some reason. Also what Tyler said, yeah. Also, it's gotten a lot easier to be dwarf now. Well, Wanderlost is currently getting chased by Scary Goblin. There's just like an evil murder hobo on the map. The wave is gone. Sad face Ming. It was fun times. It's a hobo with a boat. Basically. Oh, God. Okay, so if this guy just, like, handlebars through the trees and all my dwarves fall into the water, I will be pissed. Speaking of Zwari, who am I giving a dwarf to? None of your dwarves are digging? Oh, no. If you have a burrow turn, I wonder if you got the weird general strike bug that we all bitch about. Because regardless, that seems bad, generally. Layagushka, you got it. Most dwarfy way of killing a goblin, funniest one wins. There you go. So tell at Old Zwari the funniest way to kill a goblin. Or the most dwarfy way of killing a goblin and the funniest one wins. Obviously by throwing a goblin's tooth at a different goblin. You'd forgotten about that bug? It's still in the game. This is your time, lurkers. Let them lurk. You mean cart accident? Big Knight's like, shh, I'm lurking. What did Fallout Rain said? Have them come into your tavern and be drowned by the tavern keeper. Yeah, it's pretty good. Fallout Rain, or chat, what kind of dwarf am I giving to Fallout Rain? Killing them with what they asked for, Redfield. I don't know if it's necessarily kindness. Ah. Big stretch. Barkeep. All right. Uh-oh. Miasma? Excuse me. Oh, no. Well, they're letting food rot. What a shame. All right. Tavern keep. My bot's the only tavern keep. All right. Looks like you're getting Zephin. He was kind of pissed, but. Fallout Rain, I think is how you spell that. R-E-I-G-N? R-E-I-G-N? Or, no, I said R-A-I-G-N. There we go. Drinks on you. Drinks on your patrons, more like. She feels euphoric due to inebriation and content after having a wonderful dish. Is in a constant state of internal rage after seeing an elf's dead body in 254, accepts favors and without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands, and she's always tense and jittery. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she has an active sense of humor and is quick to form negative views about things and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She tends to hang on to grievances, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and is and has a greedy streak and is quite polite. She dreams of mastering a skill, personally sees decorum as a high ideal, and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it, values peace over war, and doesn't really value merrymaking, and dreams of mastering a skill once again. She likes limonite, aluminium, as some people say, crystal opal, fluffy wambler leather, battle axes, and breastplates, and coats, and doors, and figurines, and sheeps for their tendency to flocks, and yetis for their white Yetis for their white fur and the words of the Tomb of Dying. When possible, prefers to consume a jaguar, an anchovy and reindeer cheese, and apricot wine, and hates worms. You're friends with a bunch of cooks. Let's check something. Okay, you're connected. Connected, you're connected, you're connected, you're connected, and you're connected. Cool. So now I need to do the lower half. And actually, now that I think about it, even lower half doesn't need to be lava safe because the lava is going to be below it. So oh, these are still under construction? Oh my god. Sup, RNG? How goes the fort? We're trying to encase demons in obsidian. That's the plan for this. Or that's what we're trying to do with this. I'm curious to see if it kills them or if it doesn't. And I'm not actually sure currently. So, a little bit of experimentation, a little bit of fun, you know. Dwarven carbonite, something like that. A little bit of messing around. But how's things? What you been up to? Nothing good, I hope. Through grates? I don't think they can shoot down. They can only shoot, like, flat. Just like, what's it called? Just like, brain malfunction. They can only shoot flat, just like, siege equipment. That's the word I was looking for. Woke up with a sinus infection. It hurts and or it's hard to talk. Ah, gosh. Rip. Sinus infection sucks. I've had this, like, annoying as fuck lingering cold thing that I've had for a couple, maybe about a week now. I think it's like, I just got it's a cold, right? Like, I actually went and took a COVID test because I'm paranoid as shit about stuff like that. Actually, no, I don't need to do it on this side. I can do it on this side. And after all of this time, I'm still just sitting here being paranoid as all hell. That that must have been worth it. After all this time, I'm still just paranoid as hell that, like, I'm still gonna get COVID, but haven't. So I took a COVID test and I was fine, but like I've still got like this lingering cough thing that's stuck around for so long. Oh shit, I do actually have iron. Cool. Grab that. We're gonna use this to fill the thing. Put a wall piece right there and a door right there. Put a door right here. Why is there lava right there? That doesn't seem right. There shouldn't be lava right there. How's your fort holding up, though? RNG, that massive, massive, massive flying city you're working on. Mods, if anybody's listening, can I get a shout out for RNG? And if nobody does it in like 30 seconds, I'll do it. Orange is here. Orange, could you shout out? Do a COVID test just before you leave, just in case. And this is me just being a paranoid shithead. Still wear a mask on planes. I went like years where every single convention I would go to, I would get kind of sick, and I always would blame the airport. And the last few times I've flown, I've just worn a mask the entire time, even post it being necessary, and I haven't gotten sick. So it's a far cry from the tutorial series you've been watching. Are you referring to like my tutorial let's play? I mean, little bit more advanced. Guys, if you want to see some like crazy stupid mega builds, go watch RNG. He's a fun dude. His banter's like just as witty as mine too, I like to think. If you like the blunt but honest kind of content creation, you should go watch the dude. Our flying petri dishes? Yeah. Holy shit, it's been a minute, Hobo. How you been, dude? What's up, man? Yeet. You wore a mask last time you got a lift from a friend. Want to reduce the chance of him catching an infection? Yeah, I don't know. I like being at risk for even like the basic-esque flu. Like I think it's just wise to be in the habit when traveling now. 20 stone. Although, unless you were asking RNG. So it's still running okay, though, RNG? That's mostly what I was referring to when I was talking about it. Troglodytes will get into fights with dwarves, yeah. They're not particularly strong, but they are hostile entities. A bucket? Full of muddy water? Okay, I have a question. Why does lava keep, like, bubbling out of this? That doesn't make any sense. Huh. Yeah, but lava doesn't build pressure. Huh. Weird. Do lava critters make waves? Maybe. I don't actually know. In this exact instance. I'll just redirect the way in, and that's fine. I just need this for filling. I'll try and use this one. So it doesn't actually need to be So we'll remove that down there, and then this will channel sideways. I'm just a little bit perplexed by that. It's odd. It's odd. I've never seen that happen before. First time for everything, I suppose. Yeah, pumps force pressure, but there's lava should not be bubbling out of this. Unless like they've changed how magma physics work, which is odd. Clearly you're in a lava aquifer. You know that that's kind of a redundant statement, right? Also, did they change how the engraving sprites look? I'm not using the like see-through engravings mod or anything. There's no mods running on this. But it looks like they did. Made it like slightly more transparent. Is there a magma flow? No? Unless like the magma chutes cause flow. You've had lava come back up from a hole before. All I know is that everything stays lava. It says lava can't pressure, but you get in. It's like everything says things work the way they work in Dwarf Fortress until they don't. It's like Dwarf Fortress obeys all of its own rules until it doesn't. Very Dwarf Fortressy thing. All right, well, we'll let them work on that down there for a little bit. Check up here. Yay, look at all that armor getting removed. My squad's fully kitted again. Why your sprite is missing? It looks like. Let's just reset all of their armor and gear again. Yeah, it looks like we're just missing 3 swords, which is pretty okay. And so for those 3 down at the bottom, well, actually, you know what? I think this one, not to be mean to them or anything, but we'll give them just steel. We'll give them the steel uniforms, which are identical uniforms. It's just steel swords instead. I'm sorry, am I actually out of steel swords? Okay. I don't believe that. I'll make some more steel short swords. Looks like it's cave wheat season. I really like the changes to the farm plots, though. One of my favorite changes. Such a minor thing. It rolls a d20. It just sometimes decides, changes its mind. Rolls is subjective, that is for sure. Magma bubbles up in the chutes. You know. I'll just set it. I'll just make it so that there's pressure reduction. So I never learned that. The more you know. So one. Hello, Shino. Good afternoon. You don't like lava? Lava just doesn't like you. It's not the lava's fault. I think lava's great. I wouldn't be able to play this game if it didn't have lava. It's also less dangerous than water, so No, that's fine. A little bit is fine. Repetition ain't. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's interesting, like, seeing all these complaints about Dwarf Fortress things, because I've, like, in regards to what you just said, Archangel, just because I've played so much Dwarf Fortress, right, that I don't even think about 99% of that shit anymore. Like, for me, it's all just, oh yeah, that's just how Dwarf Fortress plays. And then so many people are like, I wish that this wasn't a thing. I'm like, well, I mean, it's always been that way. And it's like, yeah, I mean, that kind of sucks, but like, that's also just kind of Dwarf Fortress. And it's just like, yeah, of course it's based on distance and not the last item that you use. It's like, well, that's just how Dwarf Fortress does it. Regardless of if it's actually like user-friendly, intelligent design or something that like I even like myself. It's like, largely I don't, but I've just played this game so long that I'm used to it at this point. Thaw and fill the volcano? Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Making him a hammer and giving him to the and giving it to his force my miner to pick up a pick by making him the hammer and giving it to him as the status. I mean, what, like, to use a specific pick? I generally just let them use whatever they want to use, frankly. If they want to use something that's clunky and suboptimal, that's fine. All right, let's just make these out of granite. I don't even know if these are going to work, but we're going to try. Oh, you don't have to turn off all of the chores. Just turn off the ones where they have to haul dead bodies. Magma's gone. What happened? I drained it. I had to clean out the armor. And we're doing upgrades. Don't worry, there's still plenty of lava. Did I make a bunch of those into floors? I'm smart. What kind of upgrades? I'm making cart sprayers, or whatever they're called. It's where you skip mine carts across the top of lava and it sprays lava everywhere. I mean, for building, like, mega projects, it's kind of necessary to use unnecessary amounts of quantum stockpiling. I have a question. How long does it take for you to open up your stock screen? Because I think the video actually went up this morning. I looked at a community fortress the other day, and I literally clicked on the stock screen, and the game froze for 15 minutes, and then it crashed. Felt like 15 minutes. Probably closer to, like, 4 or 5 minutes, and then the game crashed. Which I'm impressed with. Why are all of your dwarves going missing? It's because they're dying in places that your dwarves haven't found yet. Wow, they're still working on those. It's kind of whack, actually. It's like a very slow way of filling this. Annoying. I mean, life. Chat, I'm going to take a real quick, like, minute-long break. I'm going to go take a... Been streaming for, what, 3.5 hours? I need to pee. Be right back.
Let's take a lovely fruit, a tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Kinda hungry, Sniper, and yourself? It's like too early for lunch yet. Merlin buff, what kind of dwarf would you like? First unclaimed one on the list. Alphabetical or jobs? Because if it's jobs, then it's Bob, the weaponsmith. Legendary weaponsmith. Your dwarf is in the military somewhere. I think. Military dwarves are real hard to check. Most of my military dwarves are quite happy, though. You know, now that you say musical, I realize that nobody's played the Tavern song in a while in this fort. It's kind of sad. All right, Merlin buff. Archaeological excavation? I don't know what that means. She never acts without prolonged deliberation, because there's no archaeology you can do in Dwarf Fortress, so I don't know what you mean by archaeological excavation. She never acts with the prolonged deliberation, even to her own detriment and the harm of those around her. She dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them, and she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She often... She has a noticeable lack of perseverance and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Hold on. She is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She has an active sense of humor and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. She often feels discouraged and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. And she likes alcohol to get through, needs alcohol to get through the working day. She personally really respects commerce and doesn't see those that engage in trade. She really respects those that engage in trade and values sacrifice and values tranquility and a peaceful day. Decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and doesn't particularly value the truth and dreams of raising a family. Likes Pericluse, zinc, and pink jade, giant panda parchment, and the color green. Moons, shields, and chains, and mandrill men for their colorful faces, and the sound of the fabulous droplet, and when possible prefers to consume blue jay and one-humped camel cheese. She hates mussels. She has a couple friends, no family though. Little beauties, yes. I still think that Windrose needs to do a cover of Brinken Industry. Prove to us that they are actually a dwarfy band. I'm going to try and block this area off right here. I don't know if you listened to the interview I did with Zach and Tarn last month, but Tarn heavily hinted at that. He was just like, you know, I mean, like, you know, we might be thinking about some more music. You know, we were really happy with how the music turned out and the reception to it, and blah 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 blah. And basically just like was like, yeah, maybe we're doing more music. He all but said it without saying it, if that makes any sense. But yeah, no, I mean, I would pay $20 per soundtrack DLC annually if they just did that. That would be Dwarf Fortress DLC I would play. No questions asked. Or pay for it. No questions asked. You're still waiting on a record pressing? I mean, someone on the Discord, I think it was Uncle... what's his name? Can't actually remember what his name is. Uncle something on the Discord. Stated that... or posted a screenshot of an email that he had with Dabu, where Dabu said, yeah, I would totally do an interview with Blind. And I was like, well, tell him to email me. Uncle Gus, that was it, yes. My brain went to Uncle Ben, but I'm like, no, that's crappy reheatable rice, not somebody's name on my Discord. Although something that I thought was really funny was Kit Fox's community manager sent me a DM a couple days ago to just give me a heads up that there was going to be a patch on Tuesday. And also was like, by the way, nice merch. Maybe we should do a trade when ours comes out. I'm like, yeah, I would totally just like ship a bunch of merch over to the good folks at Kit Fox. Tell me what shirt sizes and how many. That would actually be really funny. It's like influencer sends merchandise to game publisher instead of like the way it always works usually, which is publisher sends merch to influencer. There we go. We got one more. Tygo, how you been, dude? How you holding up? Things okay? I hope. We're working on like 3 projects at once. I'm upgrading my front end defenses and I'm trying to entrap demons in, you know, lava, mostly. Two things, you know. Trade agreement established? Maybe. Sounds saucy? Yep. Many things are saucy. Hello, Keen. How's things? Thanks, Ark. Made you reinstall Twitch? Now I have to ask, reinstall Twitch on what? Are we talking like, is this like an Xbox app situation? Is this, phone app situation? Because I know that they killed the app on desktop, on phone. Gotcha. Well, hello. Why does send Kit Fox some tributes? When their revenue was released, or when Zach and Tarn posted their revenue, I'm not gonna lie, first thing that came to my mind was, man, I wonder how much of that was me. I don't even know if that's a fair thing to wonder, but I do actually wonder how much of that month one sales was because of my streams. That's something I think I will always wonder. Probably a big factor. I don't know about a big factor, but definitely a factor. Sometimes you just want to use a browser. It makes sense when it's a video player. A lot of phones don't play nice with a lot of video codexes. Kind of makes sense to a degree. Stop discounting myself? I'm sitting here going like, well, I can't discount subs. I mean, I guess technically I could put another discount on the Patreon. Kept you interested to the point that when it came out, you were very eager to buy it? Yeah, I do sometimes wonder how much of an effect I had on the hype cycle, actually. That's the part that really makes me curious. Not even like the day one stuff. Like the people who were watching my stuff on day one probably would have bought the game regardless. The part that really makes me go, huh, is the like, okay, but how much of that was, you know, is there a game called Blind on Steam that's 30% off? Because I know there is a game called Blind on Steam. The one I was thinking of is not, in fact, 30% off. This is the one I was thinking of. It's not very good. It's a weird game. Yeah. And now you're back, I suppose. Hopefully the transition was smooth from Old Fort to New Fort. You definitely got it because you showed me how not that hard it is. It's not hard, it's obtuse. People confuse hard and obtuse. Far too often. Let's use obsidian, steel, and iron. On how to safely pump lava, use magma safe material and stay away from the spicy bit. Those are my 2 tips. As in let lava in safely? Or connect it to what? To the lava? Usually what I do is I channel down into the lava, which usually gives the dwarf enough time to book it out, but sometimes you just can't. It's one of those tricky things where it kind of really isn't a perfectly safe way to do it. You kind of just have to try and hope it works. Which is generally what I do. I guess we'll put a floor grate over top of that. Yeah, this whole side here is going to be filled up with lava. Best of luck healing that ear infection. Sorry. And I will do my best to not kill your dwarf. But they resisted a tiny bit? Wait, what? Since when? Since when are dwarves magma resistant? Ear infection buddies. I mean, the odds of like somebody else having a similar infection in a Twitch chat is pretty high. I mean, this is me trying to safely dig into lava. It may or may not end up killing this dwarf. We'll find out. They don't instantly die upon contact? Sure, but they do die pretty quick. Why are you in prison? Hateful after being confined. I really need to deal with this problem of, like, constantly people going to prison because I'm just completely ignoring my noble. What do you want, Queenie? You want a ballista arrow? Okay. You want quivers? Okay. All right, up here. Those are granite. And then along here, I do this. That. Oop. Well, accidentally erased too much. There we go. Progress. Ears need to breathe too. Can confirm. Thankfully, your new queen is nice with the mandates after the thief queen had an accident with the drawbridge. I don't like killing nobles even for noble accidents. I know many people. I know that that's kind of the meta for many people who play this video game, but I'm not a fan. This feels kind of cheap, for lack of a better term. It's just kind of cheap. Oh yeah, true. She did. I do recall that one. Yes, handing off an artifact to a baddie is definitely a bad thing for a queen to do, unless it was just the queen's wishes. In which case, then who are you to say? I like how Bellinaire the blacksmith is good friends with the queen. Kind of funny. You had to do something. Well, I mean, because she's royalty, she's above the law. So I've got this getting done now. So let's see if this dwarf survives it. Let's see, who's coming to... Ray Britt is coming to dig a channel. So this is the dwarf that is going to go try and dig into the lava. And hopefully do it without dying. Fingers crossed here. Tell that to your queen who went to prison 5 times before finally. I don't know what to tell your queen, dude. Also, that's interesting that you were able to send your queen to prison. There was a legit accident? I'm curious. How did this legit accident happen? I mean, my favorite tale was the necromancer baron that I had who accidentally caught his beard on fire. It was very funny. Caught fire and exploded. Okay. There you go. That's how you do it safely-ish. Or at least that's how I do it safely. The clench is very important. Hey, what? That's amazing. I had a necromancer baron in a volcano fort, and I was disposing of stuff in lava, 1Z level up like this. And so they were just throwing garbage into lava, and he threw a very large body into the lava, and it caused lava to spray back up, and he burst into flames. Which was very funny because I was literally talking about how much I liked the guy, and then I just saw him on fire, and I was like, ah, da, 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 da. It was very sad. What, like... Hold on. I don't know what Minecraft-style pistons are. Explain? You mean like pumping stuff? You can build those. Like if you mean like using pistons to raise liquids, you can build those. You just need to be more creative. Push blocks 1 square. Nah, I'm good. That would make things too easy. Half the fun of Dwarf Fort for me is just, like, gimmicking shit into working that shouldn't. Are you still alive? Yes, actually. This dwarf got thirsty, made it almost there. You almost made it, dwarf. You were, like, a handful of tiles away from the thing. Come on, dude. Come on, man. You almost made it. Almost. So close. You knew being a farmer was a safe pick. Farmer, cook. Both very safe industries for dwarf. Oh, absolutely. They don't capture the bridge. It's one of the most effective ways of disposing of entire sieges instantly. What's the fortification for? Security. Is the easy way to put it. Although it might actually fly off the edge here. I'm not actually sure. Now I get to build a bunch of windmills for fun. This will be entertaining. One, two, three, four, five, six. Guess we'll do like one line in there. I hate windmills. actually. I think they're really, really, really ugly. No, actually, I think the better way to do this is to fire them this way really fast, and then... That was sarcasm? Was it? Sorry, I didn't detect it. I'm gonna figure out how I can do this. Actually, you know what? Let's do this one tile further. Not entirely sure how far the spray will be, but I'm gonna compact or press it apart by one tile and with the tiles beneath it. Let them work on that. Go down here, work on this. One thing at a time. Yeah. Yeah, no, we've recovered the majority of the armor already. Static Electro. Also, hello. And that's fine that you missed the start of the stream. You just lost like 20 dwarves. They decided to go outside when a burrow was active and got murked by a siege. This is why I say that Dwarf Fortress is part colony builder, part lemmings. I've said plenty of times that you dislike them. Yeah, this is correct. I do, in fact, very much dislike them. They just don't generate enough power to be actually useful. I had 20 more of them. And they just use up so much space for no fucking reason. I mean, they work pretty effectively. Like the water is just better. I guess that's my actual opinion on windmills. Is water is just better. Oh no, my Lemmings! This sucks. Exactly. I mean, I like Lemmings. Lemmings is a great game. Made by the dudes who made the Grand Theft Auto games before they made Grand Theft Auto. What a fucking world. Yep, they made Lemmings before they made GTA, and then they sold the studio after GTA 3, I think. Like 99% certain that that's accurate information. Or maybe it was they sold it during the development of 3. I can't remember. Lemmings 3D? Like weirdly, was it 3D? There was a Lemmings game that was isometric, and that was one of the first games I ever played. Is the wall bridge method because your dwarves don't typically walk past the bridge when it's up? Hey, you use whatever works for you, Shark. Lemmings Paintball was item. That's it. Yep. That was the first Lemmings game. I played the actual Lemmings games after I played Lemmings Paintball. I do recall Lemmings Paintball being the name of it. Fallout 2 best isometric game. Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 best isometric game. Although, you know, it's funny. Whenever people are like, Blind, what's the best video game ever made? There's only one answer. A lot of people expect me to say Dwarf Fortress, but that's not the answer. Best video game ever made is clearly, logically, and understandably Tetris. Zork? Zork sucks, dude. I mean, I love Zork. Zork's wonderful, but... Are there roofs over your lava spill tunnels to the north and south? No. I should probably add those, though. How do you forget Tetris? Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Naturally, yes. Just like Barbie Horse Trainer? Or was it Barbie Magical Horse? I can't remember. Which is also why I genuinely say the best game I've played in like the last decade is Tetris Effect. Tetris. Sorry, did you get stuck in that? Tetris. Tetris is the best game ever made. And Tetris Effect is my favorite version of that. Best game ever made. Objectively, it's Superman 64. So that's the third base? I don't fucking know. I'm not a scientist. I just know that the best game is Tetris. Tetrisphere? You know what's funny? I know somebody who worked on Tetrisphere. Somebody who lives in my building. Was outside smoking one evening during the pandemic. And he's just like, so what do you do? And we were just like, you know, just bullshitting back and forth, you know, when you meet a new neighbor. And I'm just like, oh, I was honest for once. I was like, I work in games. Except I said I work in community management and PR, which is usually what I tell people when I'm talking to normal humans. And he's like, oh, I worked in video games for a bit. I'm like, wait, really? And he goes, yeah, no, I worked on several. Like, anything I've heard of? He goes, stuff on the N64, a couple Tetris games. And I was like, excuse me? And he goes, yeah, one of the last games I worked on was Tetrisphere. I was like, bruh. I remember watching my cousin play that and thinking graphics were never going to look better. Kind of a weird conversation. Small world. I mean, I do technically work in games PR and I manage a community, but it's just easier to say that than be like, I make YouTube videos, which generally gets me even more questions and not the ones I generally feel like answering. Graphics are nice sometimes, though. I mean, obviously I prefer ASCII, but... Obviously. Come on. What do you think I am, some kind of casual? Something filthy casual. Let's go all the way down this way. Oh. The enemy have come and they are preparing to lay siege. They seek parley. Human recruits, eh? I'm gonna leave that, let that sit for a second. I just want to see how big the army is. Sup, Rocket on Rotor? Pine manages a daycare. Man, I could be so mean, but I don't want to. I was gonna say, this seems like a smallish siege, but they keep showing up now. Maybe not a smallish siege. That human's puking. Over on the left. Parlay these nuts. You'd expect something to see this pile of bones. True. I don't babysit anybody. People choose to be here, right? When people are being babysat, they don't have the option to, like, leave, right? You guys have the option to leave. You guys can watch whoever you want whenever you want to watch. And I don't have any say in that. So I would argue that I'm not babysitting anybody. I repeat, we do not negotiate with terrorists. Fact, yeah. All right, well, those humans are going to come attack us. Hopefully. The kind of annoying bit is this ain't done. It's kind of annoying. If they saw a skeletal horror like that. Okay, funniest siege I ever had. They all showed up like this. This was in an older version of the game. They showed up like this. The enemy have come, are preparing to lay siege to the fort. Full moon hit. Half of them turned into were creatures. They killed each other and they all left. It was great. It was just like, oh, It's kind of fantastic, actually. What's the skeletal horror? The skeletal horror is the result of the last time we were attacked. Well, the last major siege, I guess, because we got attacked, and after we got attacked, the what's it called? We then got sieged, we got ambushed, and then we got ambushed a second time, and the ambushes fought amongst each other. It's mostly dead elves from the ambush. Also, before this glorious siege shows up, a word from our sponsors. If you would like to support this channel directly, a very easy way to do that is by typing !merch in the chat. Or if you're watching the VOD on YouTube for some reason, you could go down to the link in the description and pick up yourself a shirt or a Vile Force of mug or a sticker. I'm going to be adding some more stickers soon. Look at this. It's a shirt just like this one. Done with that bullshit. Let's play the video game. Now mug yourselves, chat. Cheers. Raid Vile Mug Legends. If I made a mug called Raid Mugging Legends, do you think that they would, like, sue me? Too bad you live in Brazil, you can't afford dollars. Yeah. I actually know a couple, two different streamers from Brazil that both got their YouTube channels monetized during Dwarf Fortress hype, which is cool. You have sieges turned on here in the middle of nowhere, and the only people who visit my dwarf civilization, probably because they are the only ones who cross the evil ocean to get to your fort in the first part, and those traders deserve a raise. Yeah, no, generally, I would say most traders deserve a raise, because I don't think they get paid. Okay, so... What? Well, okay, so either they arrived and, like, rolled around in the elf blood up here, or these guys are literally fought with the elves on the way here, because no listed kills that we're aware of, but see all that blood? All of this blood is being washed off them as they're walking towards us. They may have just, like, gotten covered in blood when they walked onto the map, but I like to think that they fought with the elves on the way here. I love how everybody is just trying to, and very unsuccessfully trying to, murder us. Yeah, it's the warm-up raid on the way to the real raid. Yeah. Maybe it's the same with this army? Huh. Maybe beak dogs would do that. Now I'm curious about how much shipping to Brazil would cost for the merch stuff. The pre-fort siege stretching exercises? Possibly. I mean, this is technically a human siege, even though it's mostly goblins. At least I assume it is. It is sized for goblins, as the item is an image of the tired heathers, a well-designed image of cages. The image is the symbol of the passionate confederacy as a human civilization. Yeah, this is a human siege, technically. I guess that's why there's a handful of humans mixed in with all of these goblins. No, they're just normal-ass humans. They're not necromancers. They're human recruits. This is technically a human attack, even though it's like 80% goblins. You haven't seen a beak dog yet? Yeah, I had one siege that had beak dogs in it. Oh. There's a moose. Huh. That can't be good. Question is how many elves are already in my walkway then? Oh boy. Uh-oh. Pull the lever, dwarfs? Right now? Definitely fun incoming. Well, here come the... Has it already been pulled? Okay, so the lever's already been pulled, which means these elves are about to have a nasty surprise. Come on. There we go. even though most of them just kind of go thunk onto the ground and then splat. I'm just going to go down here and I'm going to lock this door. Let's send the military up here for right now. It appears that Yuzul, Jerry Gord, and... it seems like Jerry Gord's the only one fighting up here. This elf is a poet, first and foremost, and is wielding a copper shield. That makes very little sense. Oh, come on, Jerry Gord. Don't you die on me. I think Jerry Gord just died. Well, I see. The dwarves down here are fighting still. Fighting with those goddamn bears, man. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to... kind of just want to start the lava flowing. Might actually just be the way to do this. Because there's just a lot of stuff fighting down in the bottom. Yeah, you got added to the military because you wanted to fight. You wanted to practice some martial art. You're also very enthusiastic and you had all of the right thoughts for it. Well, the dwarves are just going to go vaulting down and in, I think. Let's follow... let's follow Stormtrooper. Still a little short. You're not injured, are you? No. Pretty, like, one hell of a thing. Let's unlock this door and station the military down here. If anybody just jumps down. Surprised they haven't yet. I'm going to jump down to the bottom of this. I see that redeem a dwarf. Just bear with me. Just need to keep these humans out of here. Dwarves are down on the lower layer. Are you wielding a weapon? No. Well, at least you have a shield. How about you? No. At least you have a shield. And Jerry Gord, I'm sorry about your dwarf, by the way. 35 targets. Let the stabbing begin. I think we got this. They're in a state of panic now down here. Seems to be going relatively well. Get a necromancer. There's very little necromancy in this world. I'm actually not certain there is a necromancer tower that I could even attack to steal one. Which I kind of like. I don't know. Also, besides, by the time we got a necromancer, your body would be rotten, meaning you wouldn't be resable anyway. This is one hell of an elf. Look at all that dodging. But I will say, you were very enthusiastic. Probably wouldn't have died had you not run out first. You really wanted to join the military. And how can I rise again? By being renamed in, like, a few months, or weeks, or days. Stormtrooper stabs the grizzly bear in the right rear leg with her adamantine short sword, fracturing the bone. I don't really like reading combat logs against animals for some reason. Stabs the war grizzly, stabs the elf spearman in the lower body, or in the lower leg with her adamantine short sword, and the injured part is cloven asunder. It's actually kind of an epic little battle in here. It's mostly just animals that we're slaughtering at this point. You moose over there. An elf or two. This is actually a bear-mounted elf, which is fighting with... Who's this? Layagushka. Fighting with a bear-mounted elf, lost his shield, her shield, and goes after the bear. Like, do you need to rise again when your memory is permanently imprinted in Dwarven history? After reclaiming it? I mean, you can use the unforbid tool and click and drag this thing. And you can drag over multiple Z levels. I would recommend just doing that. You can camp the redeem button again. There's very little need for actual camping at this point for whatever it's worth. Terrified, satisfied upon improving bow. Afraid, reliving, experiencing trauma. Hopefully you're okay there, dwarves. This is one hell of a fight. Fortunately, we can just like dump a bit of lava into the bottom of this. It'll delay our construction a bit, but you okay over there? Hang in there, Mestits. Oh, I see the problem here. Let's regroup. I think we've killed everything that was in this zone. I can send them all back down to training now. One of them fell asleep. Ain't that convenient? No, they'd need to learn it from somewhere. The secrets of... This is funny to me. The secrets of life and death can't be learned. It has to be taught. So the demons from the underworld teach the first few. And then they spread that knowledge around in World Gen. So no, it can't be learned in that way. Unforbid tool does in fact work on buildings. I think they killed my piggies, chat. Also, there's a moose stuck up here. We'll just send them up there. All right, so then there's this elf bard who's moving in. I wonder which siege you're even from. Well, that was easy enough. Rip your steel two-handed sword. This poor moose. Anybody want to, like, climb that and kill that moose, please? Because I'm not going to be able to build up to you. Oh, there you go. Cutting it. There we go. Perfect. All right. I'm going to send them both back down to training again. Need to wait for you to get up and get out of here. But did I cat? Where's that other siege? Actually, I don't even know. Oh, well, they went and moved. That's nice of them to regroup. So I'm just kind of under the assumption right now that the majority of them have left. But man, what a little battle there. Just under the surface. It's unfortunate we had to lose Jerry Gord. Raikalu, what kind of dwarf would you like? Approximate job and beard or no beard? Based on what that moose is currently doing, I think that the elves have been routed. Cook if possible with beard, tons of cooks. Very easy. There you go. It never fails out to seek out the most exciting, the most stressful, and even dangerous situations. Is assertive to the point of aggression, unwilling to let others get a word in edgewise. He doesn't often stick with things, even if minor difficulties arise, and is brave in the face of imminent danger. Man, you'd be good in the military. Does not easily develop negative feelings and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. And he is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship, but he doesn't like to get things. He doesn't tend to get things done perfectly. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he likes to keep his things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. Could be considered rude, and he can handle stress. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and he talks to inanimate objects when he's thinking. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally believes that peace is always preferable to war, and finds introspection to be a waste of time, and dreams of raising a family. He likes Bill and Clara opal and color taupe gray, bucklers and alpacas for their long necks, and koala men for their adorable appearance, and the words of the modification of orbs, or meditation of orbs, not modification, and the sound of the meadow of summer when possible, prefers to consume giant cougar and Long Lane beer, and friends with Thok Don't Think, and he's 89 years old, and he felt wonder communing with Riz in the Amethyst Gem. Would be a very good military dwarf, but they wanted a cook, so I'm going to give him a cook. I won't throw them in the military until at least a couple of days have gone by. Would just be mean. Is your dwarf still alive? Snail, you've been unfortunately no longer with us for a bit. Started a brand new fortress, embarked, looked around and said, this'll work, started to dig down, and then a dragon shows itself burning the top of the world within 10 seconds of digging in. This'll be... Can you, lock yourselves in and then, maybe throw some cage traps around or something? Sorry, Snail. Big apologies on that. Although, something about merch that I do think is worth mentioning, just because I did kind of do a single small shout out for it just a little bit ago. I'm getting to a point where I'm not going to be talking about merch as much. Also, thanks to the person who just bought something. Because kind of done a lot of sales and don't want to completely overblow it. Currently, look at this. I've sold 56 mugs. That's a lot of mugs. All right, Artifact just started. And I don't want to completely, over destroy it and be too obnoxious so that people ignore me when I launch more stuff. But shout outs to everybody who's bought merch. My videos made DF way more fun. Thank you. Means a lot. Dwarf Fortress it's a make your own fun game, right? So it's a game that's benefited by the existence of understanding how to make your own fun, and it's not a game that tells you how to make your own fun, so it can be kind of a challenge to find the fun sometimes. It's a child. Interesting. All right, kiddo, you go make yourself an artifact. We're going to pay attention to the surface because I'm concerned. But that means a lot, seriously. You're on your way to get your mug right now? Hell yeah, dude. Cheers. Have a go, cuppa. How much I make per mug? If they don't tip, which surprisingly a large number of people do because you can just leave tips on top, about $7. $1.10, I think, per mug. And Devilish Potato, hello. What's up, Al? Yeah, no, the reason I decided to go with the merchandise provider that I've gone with, which is Fourth Wall, is they make me do a lot more work than your average merch store, like, a Designed by Humans or a Spring, but the way they do their merch orders, I end up getting a lot more of the cut. Yeah, they're still just covered in elf blood. What the fuck's happening? Why are all these dudes covered in elf blood? They have to have fought with the elves before they even got here. They have to have. big ass siege, dude. But yeah, no, all of my merch actually gives me a good enough cut that it's worth doing. And the problem with merch is it usually isn't. Like, I think design, like when I used Design by Humans back when, like, shirts were like $24. I think I got $3. Like, if somebody buys a t-shirt from me, I get 14, which is pretty good. So. To actually bake cookies you made the dwarf dough for yesterday? I mean, you could also just eat the cookie dough. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? You die from salmonella from eggs or something? Never stopped me. God, frozen cookie dough is so good. But yeah, that's the reason I'm actually pushing it. But the thing about Fourth Wall, from what I can tell, is in order to actually get an account with Fourth Wall, they have to approve you. So you have to, like, apply. It's kind of exclusive and stupid like that, but... Making you hungry? Make some cookie dough and mix it with ice cream. Ah, my pre-diabetic baking days. I'm gonna have to kill these dudes. Oh, boy. To pre-bake? No, I mean, I have I'd say what I called half, or what was called in the, I didn't call it this because I didn't make the recipe, but the recipe called it half-baked cookie dough. And the whole idea was that you partially bake portions of it so that it doesn't hurt you, and then you can, like, mix it with ice cream and shit. Because they aren't for you. No, I know what you mean. I'm sorry, why is there still a horse here? Alright, well, let's just station my military down there. I have a lot of cleaning to do. Sounds like salmonella. Hey, the goblins are killing them. Well, I mean, I never got sick from eating it, so. It also had no eggs in the recipe. The idea was to mimic the taste of cookies without actually using all of the same ingredients. But whatever. It's been a long time since I've done much baking. I used to be pretty damn good at it. Ah, of course they're using that door. Bastards. Okay, we're killing them at the stairway. Pickmaster Honk is in the fight, punches the goblin poet, or the elf poet, in the neck with her left hand. Good stuff. Is also hitting a cow. Is there a cow up here? Must be an old combat log. I'm chasing that one, that one. Oh no! My Soudar got released and is dying from the looks of things. Well, that's a shame. Rest in peace, Piggy. You killed my piggy. We shall have our vengeance in this life or the next, whichever happens first. It's probably in the next. All right. We shall close this this lever down here. I'm gonna to clean some shit. Don't use bad eggs. That too. I don't know. I never got sick. Perfectly fine. Looks like we're fighting with everything that's come down through here. Oh, this is going to be a mess. This was a very inopportune time to get attacked, but, you know, here we are. It appears that Zanatsu's fighting. Who else is in the fray here? Dwarves collide with everything at the ramp, moving around the corner. Viscera flying everywhere. At a glance, Lyagushka stabs the goblin crossbowman in the upper body with her adamantine short sword, tearing the muscle. It's just a mild stab wound from one of the sharpest weapons in existence. Look at them all retreating, as they should be. To their inevitable death, of course. We've been the mountain home for a while, yeah. That's why it says mountain home up here. Waiting for this to... There we go. Oh. Well. rips for that guy who just got crushed up there. And then I can go down here and we can pull this lever. Well, we're going to destroy a lot of materials doing this, but, you know, it's probably for the best. We're going to deal with most of this goblin threat, and also we'll clean up the bottom down here. Because I don't really want to send my dwarves out here to just, you know, take damage. That seems goofy. Oh, premium irradiated cookie dough. Why irradiated? Goblin comes down here. They cut him up. There's a lot of bodies. I mean, it's not what that means here in any language I've ever spoken. You have uranium ore in your room. It's great. Reminds me of somebody who used to be on my stream team ages ago, who I dearly miss. Evil Trick. He had a mortar shell as a doorstop in his living room, which to this day very much amuses me. Why do you have a mortar shell? I don't know, because I'm the bomb. Okay, good to know. Dwarves come flying up in the final hallway. This is one of the bloodiest battles that Sizzletongs has seen. What happened to him? He got a job working for the Danish train union, which is a really, really, really good union. So he coordinates passenger commuter trains. Yeah. He got a ludicrously good job offer and said, guys, it's been fun. Maybe I'll come back. Maybe I won't. And I don't think he's streamed since. Uranium fever. Something. It's the only line from that song I know. So this dwarf coming here is coming to a lever. Lucky fucker. I mean, he applied. Dude, what? Whatever. I'm sorry there, kiddo. I really am. I really, really am. I mean, that would just be a mysterious dwarf go missing, right? You thought he was safe? No. Also, it was a she, but... Morning, Blind. How's the... Oh, yeah, actually. Hi, Deep. How's the streams been? Fine. Totally fine. Just fine. We, up until that point, had only had one casualty so far in this fight. We've now had two. I'm, you know, burning a bunch of elven bodies and burning a bunch of, other bodies. You know, it's a good time. Dwarves, man. I know, right? Jeez, dude. All right, well, we're gonna, unstation these dwarves. I'm gonna turn this off. Because that'll deal with itself. But I do need to, unfortunately, claim And dump. And dump. And dump, actually. A lot of stuff we gotta get rid of. I mean, he was seriously injured as well. There's also that detail. The level of just like, this is alcohol, right? Dwarven rum. Look at how close the lava needs to get for it to evaporate. It's so far away still. Let's watch this. As the lava spreads. Also pushing the bodies and making stuff burn. That's pretty dramatic, actually. Because it was evaporating, like, at this distance. You just got charged 200,000 gold from one caravan from your civ? Charged? What do you mean by charged? Napalm Sideburns has been found dead? What? You fucker. Why is there 3 goblin macemen on my fort? How dare you, douchebags? This is what happens when I get attacked while I'm like, oh god. Okay. Dwarves, get back underground, you doofuses. Apparently this is what happens when I make the mistake of being like, yeah, everything's fine. The fighting isn't over, apparently. I'm sorry, Napalm. You were cleaning up. I was under the assumption we were fine, but clearly not. Which means, how many of my soldiers am I going to lose in this? Okay, they're scaling the walls. Problem is there's also, like, you know, lava pouring into this, you fucking ballsy son of a bitch, punk. Kiddo, now's not a good time to play make-believe. Okay, kill that dude. Nodo Casa, who am I giving a dwarf to? Insula Sama, you might want to leave. You might want to not be there right now. Word of advice. Go the other way. Duder, come on. Get out of there. Give it to Napalm Sideburns. Are you sure? Napalm Sideburns. What kind of dwarf am I giving you as a replacement? All right, I should probably turn the lava off here. Okay, the important question is, what are they being attacked by? This guy, probably. I actually don't know how they got in here. Like, genuinely. It's this guy right here that's spooking them. Am I giving you another cook? Not napalm? Here to cook? Okay, I'll do that after I've dealt with this dude. It's a bit of a tight situation right now, as you can clearly see. Things are just fine. Fucking peachy up in here. This fort is not currently ready to be, attacked, is the problem. What happens when you renovate your defensive system. Okay, well, here come the soldiers. Lyagushka's being a hero once again. Fights with the goblin. Dispatches. How many kills do you even have at this point? Sweet. Siege is finally over. 3 notable kills and 7 other. Not bad. And now you're puking, I think. I would be too. All right, well, I can pull this lever down here right now. All right, let's see if I unforbid this, if they can go get him. And also, if I pull this lever, it'll stop the lava flowing in. Let's do that. Dude, oh, I see. You're in a strange mood. Well, that's great. Can you please, since you're in a strange mood, take the item that you're currently stranging for out of here, because this is about to fill up with lava. Peaches for me. Orange. Millions of peaches. Peaches for free. I'm not gonna lie. I'm shocked how many people don't know that song anymore. It blows my mind. I keep encountering people that, like, I can just start singing Peaches, and they're like, what are you even on about? Like, peaches come from a can. They were put there by a man in a factory, you see? And they're just like, dude, are you okay? I'm like, no! Now go rescue this child. They're bleeding. Or they're not bleeding anymore, but they are seriously injured. There you go. Fraser's rescuing kiddo. Well, that's good. Now, avoid the burning, please, guys. No, they don't grow in the can. They were put there by a man in a factory. You see? It's people who missed out on, like, the best era of comedy pop rock. Okay, so we can just let this burn. Do its thing. Oh, that's probably the one that died first. Yeah, about that. Man, I feel bad about that one. I feel so bad about that one. It's like not knowing Stacy's mom, but she's got it going on. And she's all I want, and I've waited so long. I don't know, actually. I think Stacy's mom is, like, probably more well-known of a song than Peaches. I mean, he doesn't know. You know, I hate the fact that I've seen that movie. Scotty doesn't know. Because I know a lot of people know that song, but I generally just kind of assume that people who know that song just know the song. They were probably a dirty cheese thief anyway. True. It's gonna be a lot of bits and pieces of elves right there. Well, I gotta say, it's been an eventful day. We can recover this, but my god, this has been an eventful day. I think this is the most pissed off dwarves I've had in this fort in a long time. The best question here is, how is this human not dead? You're actively on fire. All of your friends are liquid. I don't think it's okay or safe to say that Eurotrip was a good movie, but it was definitely a movie. One could say it was a movie of all time, and they don't make movies like that anymore. What happened? I I got sieged and ambushed at the same time, and the siege somehow, or the ambush managed to get all the way into here. We were able to deal with them. He recovers quickly. He's healing through the damage. I don't think that's how that works. But, I mean, if he can leave the map, then all more power to him, I suppose. Well. Eurotrip has some scenes that have been engraved in popular culture forever. Yes, which is why I say it's a movie of all time. I will not say that Eurotrip was a good movie. It's definitely a movie though, and it's a movie I will never forget. Cookie dough for breakfast? Fuck yeah. The draining is great. We've also done a pretty good job of filling my front patio with elven blood. So, I need to give our poor friend here, Napalm Sideburns, another cook with a beard because Napalm Sideburns saw an untimely death. Here, I'll give you a happy cook with a beard. Even better. Napalm Sideburns with a space this time, is always tense and jittery after being forced to endure the decay of a friend, Napalm Sideburns, and generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions and is very trusting. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He begins to talk more slowly when he's angry, and he laughs in a unique way when he's nervous. And he personally finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would prefer to have all masters toppled, and is told a story, and would have all masters toppled, and he believes that those that sacrifice for others should be deeply respected and respects the development of his skill and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce and values peace over war. And as for your other thingies, you value peace over war. You like hematite, bronze, lavender, jade, pecan wood, the color dark violet, splints, and geese for their formation flying, and the sight of the amethyst song. And when possible, obviously, he prefers to consume carambola wine and hates blood gnats. Also, I gotta check something. Pompey, it's time for you to do your duty. Actually, let's see if Pumpy even ends up... Actually, I think Pumpy's the only person allowed to pump in the fort, right? Pumpy's gonna go be useful, chat. Ain't that crazy? It's Pumpy's time to shine. Enjoy your lurking, Al. When you finish baking those cookies, you gotta take a couple photos and stick it on the food pictures section of my Discord. Let's get Pumpy. How's your dwarf doing? I can't remember if you're still alive. Neeks, you are sleeping, and you're very, 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 very happy. Very happy. You're always in love with somebody, and you easily develop positive feelings. You are married. Your wife is in the military. So, yeah, you're doing okay. You're doing okay. You're a pretty happy little dwarf, I'd say. But I want to see if Pumpy dies in this. Legendary cook. Yep. You cook for your wife, and she defends the fort with her pokey stick and the sword. Oh, you were a farmer last time. Okay, right. Okay, gotcha. For me, I kind of lump those two into the same, because they're the same set of jobs and they're the same color. So to me, largely, they both feel like the same thing. All my military are also cooks. I'm pretty sure all of my dwarves are cooks. Like, all of them are cooks. All of my dwarves are just cooks, period. No problem, Scoops. I failed to use minecart correctly since they came out. Well, cheers. I'm happy to help you do something. Whether it's correctly or incorrectly, as long as you're entertained by it, I consider it a success. So cheers. And I want to apologize for very much slowing down at the speed at which I put out tutorials. I've slowed down for 2 reasons. Reason number 1, the vast majority of people are no longer looking for tutorials, so the amount of audience for them has shrunk considerably. And the second reason that I've stopped doing as many tutorials is I've just kind of like run out of things that I can easily, quickly tutorialize. So I feel kind of bad not doing as many tutorials now, but... Then you discovered stops? Well, sometimes they'll derail even with stops. So you have to put corners. You need more lesbian dwarves in your project? I mean, you know, it's funny. Like, Tarn's talked about surfacing that information a couple of times. DF Hack also lets you surface that. Although I will say this, Dwarf Therapist works just fine right now. You just can't assign labors. But if you want to like use Dwarf Therapist as a way to get more information about your dwarves, it works just fine. You must go, I live, I die, I live again! Something, something chrome. Screamin' Valhalla. You prefer figuring out their sexuality? I like randomly stumbling upon, like, a same-sex couple in Dwarf Fort, because it's always like, aww! It doesn't happen that often, but it's just like the one time my king arrived with his husband. Okay, yes, it's very irritating when your, like, fucking chickens refuse to breed, but yeah. that I do agree. That is irritating as fuck, but it's really cute when the dwarves show up like that. Anonymous Gifter, thanks for checking out a sub to tutorial. I don't know if they're here, but cheers. Sociopath, you're yeah, I mean, the one piece of information, there's 2 pieces of information right now that the game's currently hiding that I hope that they surface again because it used to, which one is the descriptions of gods. It's hidden currently, and I hate that. And then the other one is their birth date. Yeah, of course. The dangly bits get sliced off sometimes. Hey, Half-Life, what's up, dude? If none of your 120 dwarves have no diagnostic skill, what do you do? I generally just give it to a fisher dwarf because they've seen the inside of an animal before, I would hope. They'll figure it out. They'll just be like, his leg's broken. Leg's missing. Leg's broken. Needs a splint. Usually, you just assign it to somebody. They'll figure it out. Why would you want an all button? It just increases the prices. I generally ask for something I don't need, so they just bring the cheap stuff. I don't think so, Scoops, because I've had dwarves give birth at like 150. There was a very funny couple I had in Long Death, which was one dwarf that was like 150 something, and then a dwarf that was like in his 30s, and they had like 5 kids before she died. So I don't think so. It says here, your lungs destroyed, and your stomach is fractured. I don't know how, but Gonna have to amputate and replace it with false ones, okay? Here, have a potato. It's like one of the few episodes of South Park I've seen where they, or maybe it's one of the movies, I can't actually remember, where they replace Kenny's heart with a potato. Walk it off, exactly. Look at you, you legendary pump operator. I don't always do things in the most efficient way. I like this dwarf. This might actually be my favorite dwarf in this fort. You don't. You figure it out. You scout. You dig up a layer and channel down into it and find out. In the just like most relationships, you know, you fuck around and find out, and if somebody dies in the process, oopsie. Unlose a dwarf? Potentially. If you know what you're doing, you won't. And you'll get there. That comes with experience. We've had very different relationships. I'm an entertainer on the internet who's talking. Doesn't necessarily represent my actual life experience. That's why it's funny. Yeah, fair. I was kind of curious to see if this dwarf's going to do all of the... Like, he's getting thirsty. I'm curious if he's going to do this whole thing in one set. I mean, it's getting halfway. I mean, it'll definitely, like, fill up. Should we let Pumpy go get a drink? Derek Blake, what kind of dwarf would you like? Just let me know with approximate gerb and beard or no beard. What would you like? Auto slab that engraves whenever you get a ghost. You know, I understand why people use all that stuff. Is there a bard? I have to assign bards, so I'd rather not do bards. Because I don't really ever have bards in my fort ever, and I currently have like 3 that are all named because people wanted to be bards. I try to not have bards or tavern keepers, actually. I can give you one if you would like one, but I'd have to assign one. Let him get a pumpkin spice latte. Ah, I get it, because Pumpy. Yeah, That checks out. Yeah, I still don't like DF Hack. It makes it way too easy to cheat, and it removes too much of the actual game. I like the fiddliness of Dwarf Fort because I'm weird. Why no bards? Because they don't do anything of value? They do stuff that other dwarves already do without actually doing less. Or a weaponsmith, if I have one. Do I have any free weaponsmiths? I think the last weaponsmith just got grabbed. Yep, last weaponsmith just got yoinked. You found a dragon? Did you find a dragon, or did a dragon find you? So, just a random dwarf, then. Did you say beard? Do you have any beard preference? So don't give them backpacks, and they won't put food in the barracks. Problem solved. Blind doesn't drive anywhere, ever. Bearded dwarf. Okay. We'll give you a bearded cook. I won't miss them. Dr. Adam, thank you very much for the 3rd month with Prime. Welcome back. Part of the Dwarf Fortress launch crew. Cheers, dude. Although you've been around ever so slightly longer than that. But cheers. And thank you very much for the first resub in... Wow, I have the hiccups. 3 hours. In a bit. All right. He is blissful after sleeping in a very good bedroom and relieved after being near a waterfall. He is gripped by crippling shyness. Mood! He finds humor in most situations, and he is a pessimist, and he is greatly pleased by his own looks and accomplishments and is quick to form negative views about things. He can sometimes act without deliberation, and he is swayed by the emotions of others. He lives a fast-paced life, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He is quite ambitious and can occasionally overindulge. Thought I was hearing combat sounds for a second. Quite ambitious and can occasionally overindulge. He tends to be passive in discussions and rarely feels... He tends to be passive in discussions and he rarely feels discouraged, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He drums his fingers when he's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. I just don't like using DFHack personally because it just makes it way too easy to cheat. And it's too tempting to cheat. You know, it's too tempting to turn on Fast Dwarf when there's a big job that needs to be done. It's too tempting to just, like, spawn shit into existence rather than melting stuff down. It's too tempting to just eviscerate stuff instead of dealing with it. I don't know. I use it as an external tool if I think a save is bugged, and I always have an install with it, but I don't like playing with it running. What's cheating in a sandbox? Does it make my gameplay less enjoyable? That's cheating. It makes my gameplay significantly less enjoyable. Because it's like, there's a tool here that would make this thing that is boring that I don't like doing go way quicker. That is unpleasant. That knowledge of that existing sucks, and I fucking hate it. It drives me insane. It's actually largely the reason I have a hard time playing games like Minecraft, because I know that at any point in Minecraft, I can just open up the fucking console and spawn shit into existence. It ruins the game for me. So, no. Like, it sucks. Cheating oneself out of, and removing, and losing, integrity is the wrong word, but it feels like if I'm building a thing, I've accomplished it, right? Just turn off cheats, bro. Just don't use DFHack, bro. Bruh. Also, you spelled off wrong. But no, like, seriously, for me, it sucks. I don't like using it. It's a sandbox if you're using DFHack, Vadim. It's a make-your-own-fun RP simulator if you're not using DFHack. There's an option to disable commands on Minecraft TBH. I haven't played Minecraft since 2011. Okay, so it's a bit different now. Probably. So I need that caveat. Dwarven Child has created a grizzly barebone crossbow. Claims it is an heirloom in the name of family ancestor Ethshen gift fenced. We'll read that in a sec. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and lives a fast-paced life and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He's quite ambitious and occasionally overindulges, and he tends to be passive in discussions and rarely feels discouraged and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He dreams of crafting masterwork someday. Personally, finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals. Believes perseverance is one of the greatest qualities somebody can have, and has a great deal of respect for worthy craftsdwarfship. Values loyalty. It's just like if a game has console commands, I will go out of my way to not learn what they are so I don't accidentally tempt myself into ruining the game for myself. I should give Minecraft another shot? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Watching streams of Minecraft makes me motion sick, let alone playing that game. My eyes have gotten so much worse, Al, that, like, it hurts to watch certain games. And if it hurts to watch, it's going to hurt even more to play, so absolutely not. He finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, values tradition, and values honesty. He dreams of crafting masterwork someday. He likes conglomerate, copper, and dandric agate, walrus bone, and the color mahogany. Gizzard stones and bolts and gauntlets and large gems and flasks and the words of the bronze rocks and the sound of the meadow summer and the sight of the clear heather, and when possible prefers to consume Cody and barley wine, and absolutely hates toads. Yeah, my eyes were a lot better when I was younger, and when I was younger, I could play a lot of games that I can't play now. I used to play a lot of Counter-Strike. Can't play Counter-Strike at all now. Like, just as straight up at all. I just don't see the moving dots well enough. I used to play, you know, MMOs. I used to play all kinds of other games that I just are actively, aggressively difficult for me to play now. Which I obviously I still can. It's just not fun. Do we have a ghost? Yeah, we're working on it. I'm just leaving it there as a reminder to build the slab in a minute. This is a grizzly bear bone crossbow. Our craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with steel and encircled with bands of sheep's wool and rose-cut emeralds. This object menaces with spikes of black diamond and cassiterite. On the item is an image of cushion. Cabochon in grizzly bear bone. On the item is an image of two mantis men in magnetite. On the item is an image of pear-cut gems in cherry wood. It's okay. Do dragons respect floor hatches? Are you asking if they go through floor hatches? If they're locked, no. What? Define respect? I'm not forgetting about my lava, don't you worry. We haven't gotten any migrants because I haven't been able to trade. Every single year for a while now, I've been attacked in the fall, which is when my traders show up. No, they don't go through anything if they're forbidden. Although currently no beasts go through doors if they're forbidden. You have the strangest embark you've ever had in DF so far. You have a save you're interested in checking it out. That doesn't mean anything to me. What's so strange about it? Oh, yeah, I've seen a couple screenshots of that. Yeah, I've seen that happen a couple of times. They're called Armok's Thumb. I've seen people calling them. I mean, see, here's the like, Pop. I don't talk about it too much because it's something that, like, one, it seems like pity pandering, but generally it just makes people sad. But I probably will have no vision by the time I'm 40, or little to no usable vision by the time I'm 40, or in my mid 40s, according to my eye doctor, based on the rate that my eyes degrade every year. So it's just my life. It is what it is, yes, Storm. Which is one of the reasons why I focus my stream on talking a whole fucking lot, so that hopefully, if this industry still exists in 15 years, I can get by just talking at a microphone. It's also the reason why I really, really, really like websites that have a read this page for me button. Won't be coming back to do his job. There you go. My sister-in-law plays base game Sims 4 without any mods. So there's one person. Oh. Took a photo of the mug. Cheers, Ming. Nice tree. Wendy ASMR streams? Unlikely. I'll probably just become a full-time interviewer by then. That's the actual dream. So this just needs to fill up to 7 of 7. Just need to remember to check that. It doesn't bubble over. I don't think it will, but... Alright, let's Man, so many bodies. Such a waste. Such a waste, man. What an absolute waste. Is as good as gone? Yep. Yeah. Aegis, good win, dude. You'd like a new dwarf? Wow. This guy. Literally the king of an entire civilization. Wife to the queen herself. I'm bored. Talk about privilege. Bunch of these coffins got forbidden, apparently. Never finished. Yet you complain when you die. You wanted to be the king, sir. I could look at the king and see if the king would be interested in being in the military, but... Holly golly, thank you very much for the first raid of the day. Cheers. Appreciate you, dude. That is a downer for a lot of people. I don't give a fuck about what's a downer for a lot of people. Like, the longer you stay around this stream, the more you'll realize that I just talk. I talk about what I'm thinking about. And I talk about how I'm feeling. Frankly. Oh, I know. Tropic. Frankly, it's not something that matters to me. People get really bummed out and it's tricky because sure, it's sad, but also it's just a fact of life. Yep. Oh no? Wait, what? What are we oh-noing about? I don't see any dwarves on fire, so nothing really to oh-no about. Oh no, your spearmaster's brawling in your tavern. Valid. That is very much an oh no. You know, honestly, the redeem to check up on dwarves is something that I kind of want to do, but also the problem with redeeming to check up on dwarves is if I do that, then people are going to redeem to check up on their dwarf regardless of if they're alive or not, and then I'm going to feel like they're losing out on tickets, so if people or on channel points. So if people want to like check up on their dwarf, just ask. Like I think that would just be easier, which is kind of how I've been doing it. This end bit's gonna catch fire though when it sprays. Well, how can I do this? This needs a bigger bowl. I think what I'm gonna do is this. No, it's not the track that I'm worried about. the rollers that are going on the track. But yeah, I could. It's not exactly the solution I'm looking for here, though. And also not really the problem I'm trying to fix. Oh, hey, we do actually have a way up here. Okay, so what I'm going to do... I want the lava to not spill. That's what I want to fix. Currently, no. Sniper. What's the goal, though? I mean, you'd think I'd be fighting the circus right now if I could. Or prepping. Fighting the circus requires a lot of prep. Such as making Pumpy go on a diet and fill this up with lava. Is this actually hooked up? Should be. Yep, it is. Pull that lever. Let's actually test this lever. Let's see if it's hooked up to everything. I don't actually know if it is. You have a good night, Sniper. Sleep well. We'll be on tomorrow. Cheers, dude. All right, so that one needs to be hooked up. That one needs to be hooked up. Okay, good to know. Hook you up. And hook you up. But they'll pull the lever first, so everything will go back. So the idea and the way that this is going to work is this upper layer is going to be full of water. Hope nobody just got torched. I don't think so. Looks like it. This upper layer is going to be full of water. This bottom layer is full of lava. The demons come in this side, and the entire circus hopefully goes up this way. And then we lock the doors, and then I pull the lever on the top, and then they go whoosh and dump down, dumping all of the water from the upper layer down into here, and hopefully just melting everything, and dumping all the water into here, and sealing them all up into obsidian. All right, Pumpy, you can cease. Your work is done here for the time. All right, chat. I'm going to real quick, and by real quick, I mean real quick, go give myself an injection and grab myself my sandwich and eat it. Why not both, Sal? Do a couple turns of cheese run and then fort, and then do a couple turns of cheese run and then fort. So I'm gonna go grab me my lunch. I will be back in like 4 minutes tops. Now's a real good time for you guys to go grab a snack, grab lunch, grab a refill on your drink, do a stretch, walk in a circle around your room. I don't know. flex or just keep playing video games and ignore me. I will be back in a moment. If you're sticking around, can I get a round of beers? And I just want to say thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Those of you who are still here have survived the hype of the initial Dwarf Fortress wave, and we'll hopefully most of you will stick around until the next one, assuming we get another one. Fingers crossed. Back in a mo. Also, I just saw something fly by that I want to read, so touch the ground outside and then come back around. Exactly. Run outside, poke the grass, make sure it's still there, and then come back inside. Back in, like, 2 minutes. I sit down and the first thing I see is, Prozac. Should I ask? Like, serious question. Should I ask or nah? You have 2 dwarves in your military who all do the work in every fight, and they double team and slaughter the enemy before the others have a chance. Fighty and hero. Fighty make stabby buns. I love giving dwarves silly names. It's some of the most fun you can have in Dwarf Fort, in my opinion. Is that you just took all of your meds? Gotcha. It just reminds me of that one Kitchen Nightmares lady where that one dude just keeps screaming that the lady needs her Prozac and she doesn't know what Prozac is. It's like, I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what it does. That's all I can think about whenever I see the word Prozac is that one episode of Kitchen Nightmares. You know, some people did productive things during the pandemic. I watched every single episode of Kitchen Nightmares. I was very productive. All right, so up here, we're going to be placing rollers that are going to go this way. They're going to go from all the way over here to as far as I can push them. Never actually see these fucking things. Oh, I see. I'm building a second one. These ones are going to go this way. Being present. What? I'm sorry, what? So you know what? I should just make sure I make these out of materials that aren't going to melt. Let's do 85 Gabbro. Let's just do 90. Generally, yeah. Generally, that's what Kitchen Nightmares one was. Everybody confuses it with Hell's Kitchen, which is just the one where Gordon Ramsay's a dick to people for like no reason. For like objectively no reason, which is not my favorite. But whoops, wrong tool. I did want to use it for that corner though. But Kitchen Nightmares, I'm a big fan of. I like cooking shows. I cook quite a lot, so generally, yeah. I don't generally watch a lot of cooking shows. I'm more of a reading recipes kind of guy, but... What am I up to? Just making a maniacal death machine. Typical dwarves. Yourself? Amy's Baking Shop was the one with the absolute psychopaths, yep. Mm-hmm. Trying to figure out how to do this safely, though. It's the part that's throwing me off with this. Because of that darn 9-to-5 goddamn jobs. Am I right? Can I build... Actually, I'm curious about something. Although I guess we're about to find out, aren't we? Well, actually, no, I can just deconstruct the tiles used for that. Why are you throwing out those blocks? What? Throw out those blocks? I need those. It's a waste of perfectly good blocks. All right, so you there. Just wanted to pop in real quick. Well, cheers, and thanks for doing that, dude. Hope you have a good time at the 9 to 5. I know that this is, like, not good for people who do work 9 to 5s, but there probably won't be a stream this weekend because 99.9% chance currently I will be up a mountain. Although, it does mean to anybody who's bought merch who hasn't received a thank you video yet, you might / probably will receive a thank you video of me up a mountain. Potentially in a rubber dinghy, potentially in the snow. I'm not promising anything. These are all hypotheticals. But that's a lot of hypotheticals that may or may not happen. You shall waddle away? Well, have fun waddling away. Your mug ship, Pog. Just hoping this thing's gonna go fast enough. Admiral Barrow, you bringing back dead memes, you? I like Rue. Out of all of the big content creators on the internets, Admiral Barrow is one of the good ones. Also, I don't know if Hobo's still in the chat, but I just gotta say, if you are, that's why you block Twitch's emails, which I did a long time ago. Want the minecart rails? So, there used to be a mechanic in this game, which I'm not certain is a bug or not, or an unintended mechanic, and I'm curious if it still works, where if minecart go real fast, okay? So, part 1, minecart go real fast, okay? Part 2, minecart go over top of full lava pit. Part 3, lava go everywhere. You know, sort of like when you skip a stone, and it's like just goes everywhere. It's kind of like that. So I'm seeing if that still works. We're gonna find out. Part 4, death mostly is part 4. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm making a lock flume, but lava. I mean, there isn't going to be a dwarf in it. The dwarf would definitely die. And also, down in the basement, we're trying to besiege hell. So up here on the surface, we are fucking around. And down here, we're finding out. Which is just about ready to go, actually. Which we'll probably do tomorrow. Minecart NASCAR. That might be a fun way to build a fortress, actually. Saying he's a piece of shit. Live long enough to become the villain? Userin? Was generally my experience. But I don't know the VTubers, and I also don't directly know Baru's, so I don't really have a horse in that race. I just like his emotes, and the few times I've spoken with him, he's been a nice enough dude, so. How does one fight hell? Very carefully. Fortress airlock with flying minecarts. Well, I mean, you can't shoot minecarts through fortifications. Every time I do this, I expect I'm just going to accidentally drown a dwarf. All right, well, that works. Sweet. It's all set up. It's good to go. In my experience, the user room, there's a lot of pieces of shit on the internet. Generally, I like to think I'm not one of them. Just like, what can I really do? Just don't talk to people, I guess. Oh. Dwarves don't use minecarts as part of pathing. So that would be absurdly time-consuming. But theoretically, sure. Minecarts do, in fact, set off pressure plates. That's how you make, like, automated forts. I mean, yes, you can absolutely make, like, transport dwarves using minecarts. You can absolutely do that. I don't know if I'd necessarily recommend it, but you can do it. I'm just a little dribbly in it. Kind of tempted to just plug this side. I made Frogger with minecarts. Was it a Twisted Logic video? Sounds like a Twisted Logic video. Cool. Small siege or big siege? Seems like small siege. Yeah, it's just a small attacking crew. Don't remember the channel. I mean, it sounds like something Twisted Logic would do. He likes making maniacal death machines. I tend to feel kind of terrible when I see that. Now, if somebody made Frogger in Dwarf Fortress, I would be impressed. If you're just using minecarts to make Frogger, that's lazy and low effort and easy shit. If you're gonna make Frogger in in Dwarf Fortress, you got to do this. You got to do what this person did. That would, if somebody made Frogger like this, I would be impressed. That's impressive. That is playable Space Invaders. So make playable Frogger and I'll be impressed. This is Dwarf Fortress. This is also from like 7 years ago, so. Don't ask me how they did it. I have zero fucking clue. I do know that that recording is sped up by a lot, though. All I know is vampires, switches, and a lot of minecarts. That's all I actually know. Sodell the wrestler's up front. Who's the first named? I don't actually know how I have a Hammer Lord. You're not even wielding a hammer. How are you a Hammer Lord? This makes no sense to me. I have no hammers in my fortress. Well, let's follow Kano. We'll actually read the combat logs this time. Maybe they immigrated as one? No. None. I haven't had migrants in like 4 years. Dwarves are all pissed. I don't blame them. Sodell the wrestler is up front, getting the first few hits in. It seems like the Hammerlord Messos stabs the elf in the head with her adamantine sword, and the injured part is cloven asunder. Unless that's an old combat log. Slashes the goblin and the crossbowman in the lower body with her adamantine short sword, tearing apart the muscle and tearing apart the muscle. Swordmaster Melbill slashes a goblin crossbowman in the upper body with her steel short sword, but the attack is deflected by the goblin crossbowman's iron breastplate. Wow, damn. And this goblin's just like, oh god, what have I just witnessed? Why am I still standing? I should run away, probably. Oh! Then let's see. Errol Lyagushka gets into the fight first. Stormtrooper's in the fray too. Is screaming, I must withdraw, but stabs the human. Bowman in the right hand with her adamantine short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. There goes the hand. Stabs up them. Stabs up them. Yeah, these sieges are pretty chill. I don't mind them. They're okay. Yeah, I don't even think that that's really a thing. I go, this dwarf's crying. Well, I think it's pretty safe to say that the best way to do this is going to be to redirect this. But it'll fill up eventually. It's just going to fill slowly. I only need one shot, though, so it doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, it is filling. Pick Master Hunk is fighting? With more goblins. Also, welcome back, Orange. But yeah, no, my head hurt. My head also starts to hurt when I try and think about how they made Armok invaders. It's a hell of a thing, to put it bluntly. It's kind of a hell of a thing. Can also begin melting all this stuff. Oh, we'll see you later, Michelle. DF computers have existed longer than Minecraft computers because DF has had minecarts longer than Minecraft has had redstone. All right. I don't have that much to read, so I'll scroll up a little bit. If anybody here is in the Discord, jump into the Discord and add words to the AdWord word stories so that I actually have something to read. You can start in 5, 4, 3, 2. Dwarfs drowned werepangolins and in sand, and sand drowns werepangolins Anakin. Ant-Man aren't that horny. Frogs desire I want to die when Eurist is the mayor. Next, grasp on scarves using hairy arms that strangle fidgety cats jump on spicy water soup. Today, Gorlax facepalm, harder, faster, neat day they danced around me and strangled menacingly with spikes of great minds. We said of twice. What's up, Mark? Nate Sai, what kind of dwarf would you like? Shark jumping walrus, thanks for the first bits in 3 hours. Appreciate you. How you release tamed vermin? You have a few? I think, and I say I think because it's been a while, I think you can move them to traps. As in, like, cages? Or you can move them to cages, and then those cages can then be... They can then be, like, removed from the cage. Any dwarf you think will die in a glorious death. Something in the military, you think. Whoa! Hi, Bane. You made a sandal earlier. There are no fisher dwarves in this fort. Thank you very much for the $20. Cheers, man. Pause the game. What was that? Oh. My wrestler was found dead? Oh, didn't make it to the hospital, looks like. Are there any former fisher dwarves? No, fishing is completely, like, disallowed in this fortress. Because there's no real source of fish. Hence why we have so many fish in the fort. All right, so this dwarf is going to be 8 SCI. I have to give it to you in your job title instead of your name, otherwise you'll lose it. Apparently you have a developed sense of empathy. That's unfortunate. Is sometimes cruel after seeing a goblin's dead body 10 years ago. He tends to think that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he likes to take it easy, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. But also seriously, once again, Bane, thank you very much for the $20. Means a lot, dude. He likes to take it easy, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and has little interest in joking around, and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Where was I? He tends to not reveal personal information, and he thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Wise Pranker, thanks for the tier 1. Anybody who's a resub, slap it up now, and we'll get a hype train. Probably automatically finish level 1, too. He personally values a harmonious existence, disregards tradition, and thinks friendship is important, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important, and dreams of raising a family. He likes porcelain, copper, and green diamond, the color light brown, and bolts, and deep. Thanks for gifting out 5 subs. Jackal, thanks for the prime, and Suited Giraffe, thank you very much for the $1. You guys are too kind. He likes bolts, leggings, mittens, and rabbits for their ears, and giant ospreys for the guys. I'm trying to read. Hold on. And giant osprey for their fishing ability. Giant ospreys for their fishing ability. More like their whaling ability. And when possible, prefers to consume ant, dwarven rum, and rambutan seeds, and hates cave spiders. Anonymous, thanks for checking out a gift sub. Shark Jumping Walrus, thanks for the tier 1. And Jerry Gord, thank you for the $4. Whew. I think I'm caught up. Did I miss anything? Suited Giraffe, thanks for the $1. I think I said that. Jackal with the prime. Chat doesn't want to hear Blind's description. I could read more. Let's go check in on some dwarves while you guys are, like, doing all this. Let's check in with Frank the Witch, who's currently in prison for some reason. Which I just feel bad about. Frank the Witch is very curious, sometimes to her detriment, and is inattentive to detail. She is currently hateful after being confined, but interested near a fine restraint. Thank you for the 5-pack, Suited Giraffe. She personally finds the very idea of competition obscene and thinks there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity. Yes, sure. Sees introspection as important and doesn't feel strongly about the law and dreams of creating a great work of art. Ben, thank you very much for the $50. What the fuck, dude? Ryan, thanks for the 10. What the hell? Holy shit, man. Let's go find the most pissed off dwarf in the fort. Nuke the Bunnies is the most pissed off dwarf in the fort, who's currently afraid after reliving experiencing trauma. Can I help you? You're back with dwarfs, well, thanks to Steam and your great well, thank you, Wise Pranker. Thanks for swinging by the Twitch side of things. Well, stuff's going bonkers. Great time for a pissed dwarf. Yup. So, this person really hates hauling bodies. I know that might be a shock to you. I think I'm going to remove this dwarf from most assigned tasks. We're going to give you planters. We can give you strand type game. gems, and orderlies. And see if that helps a little bit. Tropic Kami, who am I giving a dwarf to? Bane! With the $60 in bits. Sorry, guys, you lost me. What the fuck's happening now? Like, it was all fun and games initially, but now it's like, okay, hold on. What? Bruh. We think Bane stole the now give them a dwarf? I think Bane already has a dwarf. Or had a dwarf. Yeah, Bane has a dwarf. Bane's actually in a pretty good mood. I can read Bane's description. I can do that. That's gonna go off a couple times. He never feels hatred towards anyone or anything. This is Bane. Very much not Bane. Always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations. He has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, and he can get caught up in internal deliberations. Nothing like the Batman villain when action is necessary. He generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions and cracks easily under pressure and almost never feels discouraged. He thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, like apparently everybody in this fort, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear and usually live differently from himself. He has a calm demeanor, and often feels lustful. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and prefers to present himself modestly and doesn't seek out excitement, and he cackles when he's nervous, and he takes a deep breath whenever he's surprised, and he stiffens up when he's surprised. That is so nice. I mean, your mom's in the fort. So's your dad, but your dad's dead. Was one of our axe dwarves, unfortunately. Your younger sister Tredge is also dead. You had a pet goose, but your pet goose is... Dude!
For pure entertainment value.
Clearly. Oh my wordle. Don't hear that sound very often. I don't have any beer in my apartment right now, or I would go get a beer. I just have whiskey that I fucking hate. I have this Prohibition whiskey that tastes like burning. But yeah, I will definitely go drink a beer and say cheers to you. Order one beer? I don't think I could do that, actually. Like, genuinely, I don't actually think I can. I can't be that far from a liquor store. 20-minute walk. And I don't drive, so no, I'm not going to a liquor store. Order many beers? No, see, like, Skip the Dishes and all those services that do deliver shit, they don't take any of the interesting shit. So if I wanted to order a 24-pack of Bud Light, then yeah, sure, but fuck that noise. Besides, I don't like drinking on stream until the end, and I'm only 6 hours in. Tip on how to handle stairs when your staircase gets interrupted due to a cavern layer. You want it, and it keeps going. How do you fill the gap? Just just make sure that the dwarves have access to all sides like any other construction, and then just start building. I don't know what that is. Pop. What was I doing? I was giving a dwarf out to somebody. It doesn't work? No, it does. I know that you're saying it doesn't work. I can't explain it to you, but I've made it work. So fiddle with it would be my advice. It works. I've made it work. I've connected stairs together, unconstructed to constructed. They just have to have access to build it. So you might have to build scaffolding to build your stairs, but it does work. I swear. Wise Pranker, thanks for the 5-pack. Like I said, I'm at a loss. Considering I killed Jerry Gord's dwarf earlier today. Kind of at a loss. You're bad at vengeance? Clearly. I mean, I think Tropicami should just give the dwarf to you, frankly. A hearty hello. Hi. Chinese food's coming. How's the fort? Hi, Pablo. Streamer has no brain right now. Let's do that. All right. Jerry Gord, what kind of dwarf do you want? Do you want another farmer? Cook? I don't know. I'll give you Tropic Communist's King Dwarf, and you can go be somebody else. I don't know, man. You win. Thanks, Ben, for the $30. Pushing that crazy up. Got any peasants? I don't think so. They tend to stop being peasants really quickly. Yeah, no, I don't generally have... I don't have peasants unless I'm getting a lot of migrants. We haven't gotten a lot of migrants. I have babies. The kids are basically peasants. Like, Unib, how old are you? You're 8. That's basically a peasant. My lord. Like, Cole is basically a peasant as well. Unib's a little stressed. Let's go with Cole. Cole's happy. You're fearful, which is probably like a self-defense mechanism. Chat rooms, thank you very much for that ludicrous hype train. You're very kind. He has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, and he does not generally respond to emotional appeals. He often acts with compassion and can easily fall into love or develop positive sentiments. He has a calm demeanor and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he enjoys the company of others, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He isn't given to flights of fancy and can handle stress and occasionally overindulges and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. He personally finds artwork boring and doesn't feel strongly about the law and dreams of raising a family. He likes native gold, lead, and tube agate, as well as giant spider monkey leather, llama bone, and the color amethyst, chains and goats for their eating habits, and dragonflies for their faceted eyes. And the sights of the sight of the tress of rhymes, when possible, prefers to consume tick. You like to eat ticks. Anchovy and bloated tubers and blood amaranth beer and paradise nut fruits. And he hates hamsters. No, thank you, Jerry Gord. Well, that's 19 gift subs and $270. Secret bird. This dwarf is broken. It's actually a bird. Does anybody ever get told to go eat a tick wise pranker? Like, do people tell people that? I don't think so. I mean, maybe they do. Maybe they do. We need to make him a cook. Well, that seems dangerous. Trimkoff's your dad. Currently, you have no skills, but you're 1 year old, so you got much time to develop it. What are you eating? Hopefully not a tick. Let's say what you're eating. You're eating dog sweetbread roast, which is, of course, a well-prepared dog sweetbread roast. The ingredients are superiorly minced grizzly bear kidney, expertly minced prepared pig intestines, and exceptionally minced, exceptionally minced, not expertly, exceptionally minced prepared dog lung, and exceptionally minced dog sweetbread. It's very hard to shut my brain off, chat. I'll be honest. That doesn't happen too often anymore. The Gutter Factor Fiction. Okay, so why is there a forbidden copy of the Gutter Factor Fiction in the corner of the fort? Should go get that. Put that back in the library. Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me. For a pubic hair trimmer? Is it Manscaped? That's generally the one that I assume it is. Here, stop seeing ads for 30 days. Also, Jerry Guard, I do have to shout out the respect for the fact that you managed to land on a 69 as well. Nice, yes. Right, let's keep that shut so that fills up a little bit. Just let that do its thing. And let's connect the rest of this up here. I think that the way to do this actually is this way. Not start making mechanisms yet. Nope. Thought I put the a bunch of mechanic shops down here, but maybe not. Also, hi, Heart of the Tiger. You're still pumping, by the way. Very important, useless dwarf. Brought everything to smoke, but you forgot the hash. Oh no, that's like the most stoner moment. It's like, I brought everything to smoke, forgot to bring the hash. Feels like real life? What, extremely useful person? I don't know if I... I feel like I'd be mean if I agreed with you on that one. Forgetful stoner joke here. Typical. I don't know why there's water down here, nor do I know why there's blood over there. I wonder what poetry they're telling. Oh, look! Thanos is leading a bone setting demonstration. Ah, they're done telling the poetry. That's a shame. Tell a better stoner joke, but you forgot it? I could tell you a pretty good stoner joke. Yep. Exactly, Tyler. When you get it. See, I'm funny.
Ooh, you suck.
Thanks, Orange. Something peaches. All right, so I'm going to actually, finally, after all this time of stating I was going to and then never actually doing it, I'm gonna make a prison. Gonna figure out where I'm gonna put it. We're gonna take a break from all of my current construction projects, and I'm going to make a nicer prison. Because, frankly, it's... my dwarves go to prison relatively frequently right now because, I will be honest, I'm spending far too much time paying way too much attention to not my nobles. Because I'm trying to besiege hell here, and that takes time. So I'm going to build a big space back here, and we're going to build a much nicer prison. Much nicer. With full catering from the kitchens. It's going to be great. You'll throw another lemon at me. Will it be a combustible lemon? And is it going to burn my house down? Those are the two questions I have. Because I do have home insurance, which means, like, we might be able to get something worked out then. Can magma crabs swim up? Yes. They can also walk on land. I actually have a very secret alert sound amount that plays a Cave Johnson bit. It's 700 bits. It's not actually a secret. But 700 bits does make Cave Johnson speak. Worth a shot? Well, generally is. So I'm thinking gold chains. Here's the thing. Magma crabs are not actually aggressive. They're just territorial, which means they're like large animals in Dwarf Fortress. As long as they just have a safe passage off the edge of the map, they'll generally just path off the edge of the map. No, they are not trap-avoid if traps are webbed. That's why that one video got like 300,000 views earlier, because somebody like trapped a whole bunch of demons and was like, I'm using these as defense, and had them like all chained up and stuff. Like, yeah, okay. That works that way. Congratulations, you figured out how Dwarf Fortress works. Yeah, but I'm not using them as defense. I'm just torturing a piggy with them. We're trapped organically? I mean, yeah, I didn't web trap them. Oh, they just walked in there. I just used doors, which are equally broken right now.
Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the lemons. I'm gonna get my engineers to invent a combustible lemon that burns your house down.
Told you. The lemons! I don't know where all my miners are, but my god, it's taking them forever to actually get here. What the fuck? That is interesting. While this piece of the UI is up, the frame rate doubles sometimes. Interesting. That's probably my favorite secret soundbite. Okay, Tyler, what? You know, there's got to be somebody just like passively listening to my what's the sound for 100k bits? I don't have one. It's the normal bit sound, I guess. Nobody's ever cheered a bit that big though. The biggest bit cheer to ever be cheered in one setting was retired Navy vet with $250 in bits. This is the biggest one I've ever had. The sound of blind exploding? I mean, if somebody cheered 100k bits, I would just turn my stream off and take the week off. I'm almost not joking. Maybe not the week off, but I'd take the night off. I would actually go buy beer, though. How much is that? It's $1,000 in bits, which would probably end up costing like $1,300. I think, based on Twitch's markup fee. You kind of want to see Blind lose his mind over donations? I mean, it happened once before. I had somebody ask me, it was just like, you seem tired. And I was like, yeah, I didn't sleep well last night. Just like today, I didn't sleep well last night. I was up way too late last night. And he's just like, how much to make you take a day off? And I was just like, nonchalantly was like, $1,000. Bang! I was like, okay, bye! It happened once. In my entire streaming career, I've had that I've had two $1,000 donations. Ironically, the same person. It's $423 CAD. Yeah, that shit gets expensive quickly in Canadian dollars. Is an on-streaming convention. My favorite one is there's a 1 million channel points redemption in a friend of mine's chat, which is ban me. I've never seen anybody use it. One of these days, I hope to see somebody redeem it and get banned. I think the idea is that you get unbanned afterwards, but I don't know because I've never actually seen anybody use it. Should make that guy your friend? Yeah, he's my friend. I've slept on his sofa. So, yes, I would say that that person is my friend. Yeah, but that's not a ban me. Hazazah has one? Did I learn? Don't you lose the ability to subscribe if you get banned? You lose the ability to type in chat. I don't know, actually. I haven't been banned in a very long time, so I don't actually know what happens these days. Wow, you're a cheap date. Tropic. Want to test it? Nah, I'm kidding. I've been banned, yeah. Although every single time I've ever been banned in a Twitch chat, I've been unbanned within the hour. And both times I was when I was drunk. So. But the last time I got banned, I don't know. Around the time I got partnered, so sometime in the 20... Or rather, never been banned from Twitch, but like banned in a Twitch chat. I got banned in a Twitch chat sometime in 2018. But Stone, congrats on thy 100,000 channel points spent. Well done. Still have over a million. There you go. Flaunt that wealth. Let's make us salty prison. The irony of this, prison cells are going to end up being bigger than the bedrooms. At 6. I mean, Stoney watches the streamy a lottie, so it's very clear that Stone has large numbers of things. Your dwarf was in prison for a bit there, Salty. But not due to my choice. Due to the queen. Steak? You're unironically trying to get the CK3 achievement to playing to the end date, which is 700 hours. I've never done. Which in 700 plus hours you've never done. Oh, I see. You've never actually finished a game in 700 plus hours. I understand what you're saying. I mean, that was like me. I mean, that actually, I wonder when Dwarf Fortress finally adds achievements, because like they're gonna do that when Adventure Mode is released. When Dwarf Fortress adds achievements, what do you think the percentage of people who have mountain homes gonna be? Because you know that's gonna be an achievement. God damn it. Mouse slipped. I feel like most people just kind of get, from what I've seen from live streams and stuff, people just kind of get capital and then think that's about as far as they go. Probably 19%. Really? I think it'll be like 8. Although I doubt you'll get them retroactively. You'll have to go back and do them. Crabs are ascending volcano? Don't worry about them. Just set up some traps. Trap them. Release them. In my experience, magma crabs are the least concerning of critters you could have coming out of that volcano. 3 to 5? Yeah. I mean, there's lots of things you can do at the top of the volcano. Time to make some tame magma crabs. They lay a lot of eggs. You know, I just gotta say, so my phone provider is Virgin Mobile. And they send me this same fucking, like, marketing email once every 3 to 4 months, where they're just like, get 20 gigabytes of data and a $10 a month discount when you add your partner or favorite person to your account. It's like, thanks for calling me single, you fuckwad. Stupid bloody thing. Your favorite is pumping water on the volcano and channeling down into it? Generally, what I do with volcanoes is I just build a wall around it and then have, like, a trap line. And then eventually seal it off or something. Volcanoes are fun. But I also don't even remotely concern myself with crabs, because I think that they're just kind of, they're pretty chill generally. It's very rare that you, like, lose dwarves to crabs. It's only if they get trapped. They very much just act like wild animals. And that they're usually just totally fine. This is going to be my prison. I'm gonna, I think, appoint a, what do you call it? Don't quite have enough for that. I think I'm going to appoint a dungeon master to keep an eye on it. Yeah, it's they've got good price and good reception here, which is why I use them. But frankly, they should rename themselves to Horny Mobile because like it's the only time where I feel like I'm being assaulted when I like try to pay my bill via their like their phone service. Like literally the British lady that they have recorded it there just sounds like she's hitting on you at all times. It's kind of strange to me. Where did the crabs go? They just vanished? Said nobody ever? Swam down and left, maybe? Walked off the side of the map? This is known? Sure, but it's annoying. If they weren't cheaper and had better signal than the most of the alternatives, I would have dropped their service ages ago. Speaking of service, the werepangolin Usbu Zobo Zospu has come. A large pangolin twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow scarlet. Its sepia hair is long and wavy. You will know why you fear the night. It has hair? I thought that they were, like, bumpy. All right, well. See if I can make them retreat. Chasing this one cook. Run, Dorfy. Is it wielding anything? Nope. Okay, bleeding. You've probably been bit. Heavy bleeding, overexerted. Scariest of werebeasts? No, that's were-elephants. Venus Betty Grew being chased. Run there, kiddo. You're 1 year old. Run faster. Oh no, you were good for you were passing acquaintances with the original Napalm Sideburns. Well, there goes kiddo. I haven't seen the sprite for those just yet in this version. It'll stop being a were creature by the time they get to it. It's a goblin. Former member of the Complex Hate, enemy of basically everybody. Only 193 years old, hey? Doesn't look like he's been to any of my places. Although that's a lot of, like, random livestock that it's killed at will treated. Definitely killed plenty of dwarves, though. I mean, deuce him. That's a... There's dwarves in here. I've never tried a 404 not found. I've never tried, nor have I looked, so I do not know. If we can hit this guy. So. He's moving pretty slowly. I mean, every now and again, I stumble upon those old horror stories on the internet, Tyler, of people who hold in a sneeze and then it blows out their vocal cords. As in, like, destroys their vocal cords. Yeah, you can sneeze with enough pressure that it, like, causes damage to your throat. Wreck shit, leave. Pretty much. Basically, like, you know how, like, some people hold in sneezes? Don't ever do that. It's a long story short. If you need to sneeze, sneeze into your elbow. Don't try and hold it in. Eyes? No. Could you imagine, though, somebody held in a sneeze and popped their eyeball out? Oh, my God. That'd be traumatic. Hold on, I need to test something. Bizarre. I'll say it, fam. You can never hold a sneeze in because your sinuses connect to your eyes more than they should. I'm kind of the same way, yeah. I also really can't hold sneezes in. It just hurts. Okay, let's just place gold chains. Oh, actually, let's not put them in the back corner. That's mean. Let's give them some actual walking space. I'm literally making prison cells that are nicer than most of my bedrooms. And I'm making them out of gold, mostly. Gold and rock salt. They're going to have their own tables. They're going to have their own beds. They're going to have their own everything. Sometimes you forget to do it. Huh. Artifacts being started. Who's making an artifact? Hey! Derry Blake. Actually, let's just wait until they claim something. Bam, what kind of dwarf do you want? Approximate job, and that's about it. You know the rules. You crime, you get wire and stuff. A beer, yeah, that, well, you can also put alcohol next to them. Stoneworker of some kind. So I literally have, so because of, like, the commonness. So basically everybody is a novice stonecutter in this fort. There's only 1, 2, 4 dwarves that have a stonecutting related job, and they're all taken. Farmer. I got 1 billion of those. Beardless farmer. Here, you can have Melville. What was it, over in Pad's stream, you were farmer, fam? You can have, like, a multiverse character now. Is there a way to avoid cave-ins when making multi-Z-level rooms? Dig carefully and make sure you don't remove all of the support from anything when digging. Or you disable cave-ins, but that would be kind of destroying the point of it. Almost never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations. Strengthening after seeing Melville die. Wait, hold on a second. Melville... Okay, your name is Melville Shaken Sight, which is a... Fuck, dude.
Versus your cloth bin?
1,000 bits versus my cloth bin? I don't get it. What? But thanks for the $10. Why is today just like International Everybody Buys a Bits Day? I think, you know... December was bananas for this stream, right? Absolutely bananas. But I think you guys have actually cheered more in bits today than I got in December, because the vast majority of December was like gift subs and prime subs and stuff. But I'm pretty sure you guys have cheered more bits today than I got in December. I could go check. I might be off by like $100, but we're pretty close. Today is some. Pineapple's good. I like pineapple, especially on pizza. She's often finds herself changing her mind to agree with somebody else, and she has a strong sense of duty. She is easily moved to mercy and tends to think before acting. She is assertive, and she tends to present herself modestly. She thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Like everybody in this fort, what the fuck?
Money.
Thanks for the money, Claiborne. She tends to hang on to grievances, and I mean, I actually have this emote at a higher tier. Okay. She tends to hang on to grievances, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she prefers that everyone lives...
Back crypt beer.
Thanks, Giraffe. She prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and she is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She is currently more rude, and currently more fearless, and currently more confident, and currently more shameless, and currently less private. And she mutters under her breath when she's angry, and she exhales sharply when she becomes exasperated, and she rolls her eyes when she's annoyed, and needs alcohol to get through the working day.
Sorry, are we interrupting you?
No. And she likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. And she finds sacrifice to be the height of folly, and she does not care about friendship and dreams of mastering a skill. Okay. She likes trifle pewter, bone opal, donkey parchment, the colors sea green, picks, and coffins, and scepters, and crutches, and rabbits for their ability to burrow, and voracious cave crawlers for their scary mouths, and the words of the bronze rocks, and the sound of the amethyst rhythm, and when possible, she prefers to consume rye beer and hemp seed oil and finger mullet flour, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. TK2417, you have like 30 kills. Are you trying to break blind again? I kind of missed the Streamlabs bit because it was fun. Why is it always jumping spiders? Yeah, and also all of these dwarves think they are fairly important in the grand scheme of things. It's like, hate to break it to you, dwarf, but you're probably worthless in the grand scheme of things. Well, maybe it's just because there's so few dwarves left in this faction. They all believe that they're fair. Or maybe I wonder if it's something to do with the fact that we're in the age of goblin. We're in the age of the goblin, so they're just like, oh, we're all important because there's no dwarves left. Hold on a second. Did I read that correctly? Deep? Exclamation point enter for a chance to win a vile mug of darkness. Deep, are you okay? If you want a chance to win a mug, you may have to pay a portion of the shipping. Deep is giving you something to put coffee in? Apparently? Dude. Like, wow. Did I read that correctly? My God, man. Why smelting gold? Smelting magnetite from the looks of things. Make steel bar. Well, at least we're still making steel bars. Okay. All cap work. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Not case sensitive. That's fucking crazy when those go off. It's just like boom, the entire chat fills up. So no one find me. Pandasaurus Rex, Tropic Communist, Sedentary Hobo, Sower. Is that everybody? I'm seeing more. There's too many names in there. Seems like it don't matter, Tropic, indeed. Yeah, Jesus. So the way that works is I cover part of the shipping, but I don't cover all of the shipping. So shipping will hopefully be cheap. But if anybody needs help with shipping, just yell at me and I'll PayPal you the extra. You heard Hobo and you were like, what? Oh, there's a sedentary Hobo in chat, Hobo. Also, hi, Hobo. There was also an insane Hobo in here earlier. Also, Hobo, I gotta say this. Your like resub badge is just starting to look a little silly. Jesus.
You know exactly why.
Do I? Orange just tipped $250. Do I know exactly why? I don't actually think I do. Why? I mean, he's gonna sleep on my floor next week, but why? I mean, I still don't know why, but... It's crazy quacker, yeah. No kidding. Utilities, thanks for the prime. Okay, then. Fucking crazy people. Just gonna keep building my prison. Don't mind me. Didn't ask you to pay shipping? Yay! Then it worked. Which means it was cheap shipping.
What do you call a man with a rubber toe? Roberto.
Clap. Suited. The idea is that I cover enough of the shipping that you don't have to pay shipping. But if you do, it'll be very cheap. Good Lord. And now you're one of them. Good Lord, man. Deep and Orange are absolute legends? Yep. What? You rascal. What? They said that I have the best subscribers, so now they get to be one too. Alright, how's the queen feeling? Jesus, man. Maces, 3 maces. I need to make 1 more quiver. Okay, hold on a second. Why aren't people making mechanisms? What am I doing wrong here? I'm gonna make a mechanics detail. Wings of Steel, hello. Rascal comes from Scoundrel, yeah. I think. But yeah, I would have to look up the etymology. Yeah, chat's getting mugged. Well, in other news, we're back up to 1,300 subscribers on Twitch. In other news. So that's kind of cool. Get to 1337. As if you guys haven't done enough for me yet today. I mean, you've successfully managed to completely deactivate the functionality, the main functionality of my brain. So to the point where I keep pushing this gold ore down, not up. There you go. You go up. 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 Am I crazy, or did there used to be a push to top button? Like it would just automatically go to the top. Oh, you go up. You go up. You go. I need you for the up. Same. Yeah, no, blind is no longer functioning. Push to top, please. I mean, I just go at Putnam and be like, please. That's something she'll work on. I am at a loss, chat room. I am at a loss. Completely. Just blasted. She, her. TK. Going by the Kit Fox Discord. Yeah, these are in fact gold-plated jail cells. I got so much gold, I might as well do something with it. I'm not sure, to be honest, but I was informed she, her, so that's what I'm going with. Hollywood jail? Dwarves need happy prison. Tired of my dwarves going to prison and getting pissy. I go to prison and be like, ooh, pretty chair. It's much more efficient. Do they set things on fire? They have a limited ammunition of lava that they carry around, which they shoot out, which most dwarves just sidestep. Ow. And then after that, they run away in fear and cower. It's vacation. Damn right. Been a while since you've seen Putnam in the stream. Putnam's been working busily on things. Also, like, the stream's gotten much less busy, so I feel like, from my perspective as, like, somebody who does this job, I feel like our input's less useful. Because they've probably heard all of the complaints multiple times. Like, as somebody who sees YouTube comments, feedback is useful, but there's a point where it's like, okay, it's all the same feedback, so you know what you need to do, and now it's just a matter of sitting down and doing it, right? And I think that they're at that point. And in fact, I'm quite certain they're at that point. Yeah, well, I mean, busy working. Also, I think that Putnam used to always tune in on my Saturday streams, and I didn't stream last Saturday. I've been thwarted in your extremely complex support magma siphon, and they apparently didn't realize they need to swim up and then down. Well, that's good. Defeated by pathing again. All right, have they started working on those mechanisms just yet? Nope. Okay, where actually is all this gabbro? It's all granite. Granite, 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 granite. Granite, okay. Let's just go mine out some gabbro. Where is it? I mean, this is all granite. It's all granite. It's all granite. It's a lot of fucking granite. Good lord. There we go. There's that brief layer of gabbro. Let's just go mine out a bunch of that. I might just be out of gabbro. Mm-hmm. Exactly, Felsner. You know, I gotta be honest. I am so endlessly impressed by the shit that people build on my Discord. Like, look at this. Number one, that looks like the fucking Eye of Sauron, but also, holy fuck, dude. And then all I can think is, man, I wonder how that runs. Makes me tempted to put something big and gargantuan over top of this thing. I finished making those blocks. Yep. Like 1,000 of them. So I could probably just start filling this thing up again. But first, let's do this. do also need to do these one at a time, otherwise this is going to start causing problems. Also put a doorway right there. That bow's been burning for a while. Same with that sock. What? There's a very slight sound that happens when... Just heard a weird sound that I've never heard before in the game. I was like, what the heck was that sound? All right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to build rollers right here, going maximum speed towards the door. Doesn't actually matter what I make these ones out of. We're going to make rollers going maximum speed up to here. Also doesn't matter what I make these out of. And then maximum speed going down to here. I think I set the direction correctly on the bottom one. And then we're going to need them going all the way across here. Sounds like a good time. $15 to have a disc 2 of this soundtrack? You gotta tell Kit Fox Games that. Also, dumb question. Did anybody watch the Nintendo Direct that happened today? And is there anything notable that happened at that? Or was it just like your typical non-news Nintendo garbo? Metroid Prime 1? Huh. Okay. Not something I would have expected. That's kind of interesting. I'm not a Nintendo person, so I have no interest in actually playing any of the games that they ever talk about at those things, but I'm always, like, academically interested, if that makes any sense. New Professor Layton. Oh, I remember liking those years ago on the DS, the Professor Layton games. I seem to recall playing those. Gotcha. 2 new emulate modules? Whoop-de-frickin-doo. One of these days, people will actually care about those things. You fucking love Advanced Wars? Let's see if this thing still has battery. I don't think I've charged that thing in like 5.5 years. Like, genuinely, I'm pretty sure I haven't charged that thing in a very... I don't actually know where my charger is for that. I don't actually know. Never in your entire life have you had any console? I had a PlayStation 3 because it was cheaper than a Blu-ray player. And I had a Wii U. And I have a Wii that my mom gave me a couple of years ago because my mom's like, do you want this shit from when you were younger? And I was like, yeah, okay. So I have the old family Wii in my closet, and I also have a Super Nintendo, like an original Super Nintendo with a bunch of games in there as well, which I yoinked from my grandma's house before she donated it to the, like, Goodwill or something. Oh, I was gonna say, I'm not actually sure what they're doing. They're doing this. Pikmin 4? Is that finally coming out? Because that got announced like 1,000,000,001 years ago. Not enough to justify it? I was happy with it. The purchase, that is. Okay, you know what I'm going to do just to make this construction easier? Make some scaffolding. Still have your Atari 2600? That's pretty cool. Oi. Shitty. The Wii U was a nice console. I genuinely liked using that thing. Played Bayonetta 1 and 2 on it. Good times. Were never really popular since, you know, you missed all the Japanese US things. You know, that's fair. Makes a lot of sense. I don't know what scuffed means. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Is that a bad thing? Genuine statement? Because I know of scuffed as in, like, the controller brand. And generally, people refer to them as good controllers. So I don't know what that means. If that's a negative thing, cool. I don't know. But it wasn't a bad console. It was a really good console. It was just a terribly marketed console. Oh, the pointy 80s, like the black one, I think. Chat, I need to go use the restroom. I'll be back in a sec. Just waiting for ads to finish. Do I really do anything? All right, let's go deep underground. Checking on the water. We can go pull this now. Let's see how quickly this flows. I don't actually know. I don't think there's going to be much pressure on this, if any. I don't think it's just going to go whoosh. Although, yeah, no, it's not. It's still flowing down, so it's just going to dribble out. I'm still wondering why orange, by the way. Throws $250 at me and then just says, you know why. It's like, don't actually. Although he was threatening him buying an Airbnb, so maybe that was his Airbnb budget, which he's instead sleeping on my floor. To be honest, an Airbnb probably would be nicer. I have like this dot on my glasses and my shirt's not cleaning it. There we go. That'll dwibble slowly. Do its thing. What happens with the redeeming at the store? Good question. I'm not sure. I'm assuming it'll just sit there. Because there was one that sat there for like a day and a half before the person actually fully redeemed it and then it became redeemed. So I'm assuming it just sits there. But if it breaks or times out or something, we'll figure it out. Because essentially, like, it sits there on my side of things. It just looks like it's processing. Looking at it right now. Because on my end, it just says it looks like it's, it just says it's processing. Which basically means, like, it's been purchased, but, like, hasn't been directed anywhere. And I guess that they'll make it, but they can't ship it until they get a, like, you know, a place to send it to. And then once it's good to go, it ships after that. So, but yeah, if it breaks or something, just let me know. We'll sort it out. But yes, I also fucking love Advanced Wars. Advanced Wars is very good. Nice to see that franchise finally get a second chance at life after it being dealt a dirty hand by Nintendo for so long. Kind of tempted to just, like, put a cork in this, but if I do that, also worried it's gonna just start flooding eventually. You know what I'm gonna do? This is gonna be a little sketchy, so hopefully nobody falls down this and dies. But I'm just going to dig a drain this way. Do the exact same thing, let it drain off that side. Plug this. And then when it fills up enough, it'll just, foop, they can just go that way. Or the water can just go that way. Assuming they can even get down there right now. Yeah, they should be able to. There's a trapdoor right there. Although all of my miners are currently digging down here. Let's also see, was that actually what I needed to do? Nope, they are just like straight up refusing to make Gabbro mechanisms. I don't know what's up with that. Oh shit, found rock crystal. That's kind of cool. Let's jump down here. And I'm just going to demolish this dungeon zone, because we have a new dungeon zone. The new dungeon zone is up here, which is very fancy. We got a very schwanky prison, where all of the individual prison cells are getting their own beds. And they all get their own table and their own chair. They're all getting very individualized and fancy things. They'll all be easy to view and stare at menacingly from the corner over here. And this is going to be the, I don't know, the what do you call it? The Dungeon Master's quarters over here in the corner. Because I don't actually have a dungeon master yet, and I kind of feel like I should. So I'm thinking about making the king the dungeon master, just so that Tropicami over here isn't bored with their dwarf for all eternity. So you're going to do something, which is going to be arrest everybody your wife tells you to. Which, frankly, not the worst gig you could have. Like, what do you get? Overwhelming power over the people who live here. And then chat can, like, yell at you something about cops being bad and all that jazz. And we'll all smile, nod, and agree, and then you'll keep arresting people, and it'll be good. That's fitting. Yeah, I mean, it's a good job for the king to have. That's so many pissed off dwarves right now. Oh. Well, I understand why you're pissed. You're pissed because you are literally, I think. Wait, no, not literally. Well, stuck in here. I mean, that's pretty pissed. You get to set the table for the tabletop RPG. I wonder if the dwarves would play tabletop RPG style games. I do wonder. It's a curious thought now, isn't it? What are you doing there, kid? Bad place for you to play make-believe in the future. There's just a lot of building jobs going on right now. They'd love Delve. I'm sure the dwarves would love many different games. I have a death wish in this game. Because they have chores now. They used to not be anywhere near this suicidal. But they have chores now. And chores, basically, they go to whatever their last known location is. Or whatever the last point of... They complete the task, and when they complete the task, then they play make-believe. That's their default state of being, right? Normal, like, adult dwarves go off and just do whatever when they complete a task. When children complete a task, they play make-believe, right? So they play make-believe wherever they finish their last job, which usually results in them, you know, finishing some sort of construction work or something and then playing make-believe, or finishing some sort of hauling job and then playing make-believe. But the problem with this is they'll play make-believe after they haul bodies. So they'll usually end up, like this particular dwarf probably constructed this door and then just stood there in the doorway for a bit and played make-believe. So it's like, if you have them hauling bodies, they'll play make-believe on your pile of bodies. Previously, they used to just go wherever or follow their parents. They'd love beer pong? I don't know about that. I'm trying to think what they would actually use for beer pong. I mean, dwarves make dice. There is dice in dwarves. They make dice and prisms. But they don't really have any use in fortress mode, just adventure mode. Okay, so let's... Yay, they finally started making those goddamn Gabbro mechanisms. Hallelujah. Can cavern dwellers go through locked doors? No. No, they respect the doors. And thanks for hanging out, dude. Myers Dice. Yeah, I feel like it would be like a lot of weird dice games and such. But I don't know. I'm just still hopeful that one day we'll actually get the tavern games that Tarn has talked about. One day. You have no idea how they got in your fort. It'll have, I mean, yeah. Darts? Probably less likely darts and probably more likely, don't know why these are all set to be dumped. Probably less likely darts and more likely, throwing bolts. There you go. If I had to bet. Crossbow throwing competitions. God, I love those so much in Legends. It's one of my favorite, like, why does this exist? Although the why does this exist parts of Dwarf Fortress are some of the best. At the bottom of the now drained magma pool. Here is going to be pressure plates. And when they step on the pressure plates, it's going to open these doors. Okay. And then minecarts are going to spin in circles on these and skip across these openings, assuming it works. And the openings are going to have lava underneath them, which is then going to spray the lava up and cause, like, a nice magma mist all over this bridge. If it works. If it doesn't work, then I will just cry. Mostly. Although I should actually fill this up, so let's get this thing refilling. Let's make sure there's no dwarves in there. There's no dwarves in there. Yay! Dwarven fireworks? Something like that, yeah. No dwarves standing right there right now, so it should be fine. Let's just remove that because I don't know exactly how far it's going to go. And hopefully this will be significantly more effective than the old method of defense. Pandasaurus Rex, what kind of dwarf would you like? Just let me know approximately what kind of job you would like. I agree. Being sick does suck. Fast step. Assuming you know what kind of dwarf you would want, Panda. There we go. The lava begins to flow. Let's make sure there's no dwarves in here. There is not. Good. Good, good, good. Kind of surprised this didn't fill up with, like, Lady Dwarf, Tavern Keep maybe available. Tavern Keeps are never available, and I already have 3. I don't need more. If not a cook, farmer is fine. If not cook or farmer, okay. We'll go with this happy cook. Legendary cook. Or do you want me to call you Pandasaurus Rex or just Rex? Remember last time you just wanted to be Rex. All right, Rex. I always think of the dinosaur from Toy Story when I think Rex. She feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. And she enjoys being in crowds. She is an optimist. She finds helping others to be very emotionally rewarding. And she has an active imagination and a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. She is slow to anger and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and rarely feels discouraged. She has a sense of duty, and she finds this can conflict with her sense of independence. She can occasionally overindulge and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals, treasures independence, respects power, perseverance, and doesn't particularly respect commerce and dreams of mastering a skill in this dream was realized. She likes limonite, gold, bloodstone, and giant cave spider silk, the color lemon, and pebbles, and mittens, and doors, and gems, and dogs for their loyalty, and the sight of the mellow intricacy, and when possible, prefers to consume hake, split beer, and watermelons, and hates flies. I would too if I was a cook. That's fair. You have a couple friends, bunch of passing acquaintances. You're currently listening to poetry. The poem that you are currently listening to is, which is a little bit annoying to grab from this menu. The poem that you are listening to is The Universe and Nothing More, an example of the wheels of selling. It has no particular subject. The writing is stiff. The poetry is not awful and not very good either. But chat, I'm not ending stream, but I think we're good for Dwarfs for the day. I mean, we've done a good, healthy chunk of Dwarf Fort, a good 6 hours or so. We've made pretty good progress. We're filling this top side back up. We are getting this area refilled finally after so long. And I think it's time to go play some Caves of Cud. So if you want to, now's the time to say, bye, YouTube. All right.